the Professor of Ocean Physics in University of Cambridge, based at the Department of Applied Maths and Theoretical Physics, DAMT, which is the same department that has Stephen Hawking in it. And I've been working for the last 40 years on sea ice research and polar oceanography, and how the changes in the Arctic and Antarctic ice are affecting the world climate. I've run a research group where we work up in the Arctic on using various means, including submarines, aircraft, and walking around on the ice drilling holes. So I've got a lot of experience of the Arctic, really going back to 1970 when I first went through the Northwest Passage. What you see in the summer, for instance, used to be very heavy pack ice remaining across nearly the whole of the Arctic, so that if you tried to get through it in a ship you'd have a lot of difficulty. Today it's more or less like a blue planet in the Arctic. The ice lies so far back in the summer that you have an almost ice-free Arctic Ocean. That's a big change. Another big change is that when you're actually on the ice, working in it, you find that there's very little multi-year ice left. That used to be the dominant ice type in the Arctic. Very thick, very rugged, with very big, heavy, thick pressure ridges, maybe 50 metres deep. The ice itself 3 metres thick, very hard to get through in a ship. Today there's almost no multi-year ice left. All the ice forms in one year, melts and disappears and has to grow again the next year. So that's called first year ice. It's only a metre or so thick, and it looks completely different. It's the actual landscape of the Arctic Ocean has changed completely over the last 30 years. People are concerned about it because what it's preceding is actual disappearance of the ice, and that's something which could easily happen this year or maybe in the next couple of years. That's disappearance of the ice in the middle of summer, that's in September. That the volume of ice that remains in the summer is now only a quarter of what it was in the 1980s. And if that downward trend continues, there's no reason why it shouldn't do, then the summer volume will go to zero in just a couple of years' time, possibly even this year, which is going to be interesting because I'm going out on an icebreaker this summer. There may not be any ice to break. But that ice-free season, which will start off as being 1 month, will gradually grow until after a few years you'll have about 4 months ice-free, just like we have in the Antarctic at the moment. That's going to be the Arctic of the future, a seasonal ice cover with completely open water during the summer months, and that will have enormous impacts on the various other aspects of global climate. Well, I mean, the impact on the human species of you have to say, are we talking about Arctic change or global change? But I'll talk about Arctic change because that's what I know most about. But the two are linked very strongly because the Arctic is warming faster than any other part of the world, and the changes that are happening there are driving changes elsewhere on the planet. But those changes are going to be the ones that will have the bigger effect on mankind. For instance, the disappearance of ice in the Arctic is leading to warmer air masses moving over Greenland in the summer. That's causing the Greenland ice sheet to melt faster, and that's causing global sea level rise to accelerate. So instead of getting maybe less than a metre of sea level rise this century, which is what's predicted by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the accelerated melt of the Greenland ice sheet could give us a couple of metres or more this century. In fact, some glaciologists are talking about 4 or 5 metres. That might be extreme, but it's very likely to be more sea level rise than has so far been predicted. That means we're being very complacent about sea level rise, and we ought to be realising that many coastal regions, for instance the coast of Bangladesh, which is very vulnerable, eastern China, and a lot of cities like Miami will have to be abandoned, and that will have an enormous impact on the global economy and on the lives of people. So that's one thing. That's just a minor thing in a way. then the other thing is that global warming itself is being accelerated by the fact that as the sea ice retreats, that reduces the global average albedo, the amount of radiation that's reflected straight back into space, and that means that the rate of warming will go up, so that again this attempt to pretend that we can keep global warming below 2 degrees, which was already a pretense, is even more ridiculous. It's certainly going to get to 4 or 5 degrees by the end of this century, which will then have quite catastrophic impacts on agricultural production, for instance, and being able to support the population that we have now, let alone an increasing population. So that's another impact which people don't think about. And I suppose a third one which I'm concerned about a lot, in fact I'm concerned with doing fieldwork in this area at the moment, is whether or not we might have a massive methane outbreak. We're really concerned about the Arctic offshore, that the continental shelves of off Siberia are very shallow water, and up until recently there was always sea ice over those shelves, even in the summer, because the sea ice didn't retreat very much. Now it retreats in the summer and is already disappears for 2, 3 or 4 months off those shelves. That allows the water to warm up, and when the water warms up, it causes the underwater permafrost to melt, which hasn't melted since the last ice age, and that's allowing methane to be released, because there's a lot of methane trapped in methane hydrates under the seabed. And the fear is that this could all happen quite precipitately, that the melting or thawing of the seabed permafrost will allow a lot of methane to be released in a short time, and that would have a very big impact on global warming. The methane is a very powerful global warming gas, and its impact develops within a very few years, not like carbon dioxide, which is a powerful greenhouse gas but which stays around for a century. Methane does its thing and then vanishes after about 9 or 10 years. But that thing would consist of perhaps 0.6 of a degree extra warming for the planet just within a few years, which would be catastrophic in relation to the amount of warming we've had already and that we're going to get. The field workers who are studying the emissions of methane from the Arctic shelves are already seeing big increases in the emission rate. We're seeing big plumes of methane coming out of the seabed in the summer, just like an oil blowout, and gas coming up from an oil blowout. But it's big fields of methane gas being released from the seabed, forming big bubble plumes that are being detected. Now, until recently, all that happened was there was one Russian ship went out there every summer, and the people on that have been seeing more methane being emitted each summer, but only in the East Siberian Sea. And so that we need to know how much methane there is and how fast it'll come out. So that ought to be one of the biggest research projects that man is doing, because it's a massive risk. You could justify spending a certain amount of money on detecting asteroids, because if an asteroid hit the Earth, the result will be complete catastrophe. But the probability of an asteroid hitting the Earth in any given year is several million to 1. You multiply the two, you get a number which some people would say justifies having an asteroid detection system. But with offshore methane, the effect, if it's released on the planet, would be equally catastrophic, or almost as catastrophic, because the amount of warming would be immediate and large. but the probability that it will happen is quite large, and we're seeing the methane already being released. So it's not a low probability, high catastrophe risk. It's a high catastrophe, high probability risk, which means we should be studying that intensively and trying to find ways in which we could tap off that methane, for instance, and prevent it from being emitted. Some kind of it's a dirty word, but fracking is a technique that, if you apply it in this context to actually horizontal drilling underneath the methane hydrate sediments, it might be a way of preventing methane from being released. So we should be, on Earth, we should be making one of our highest scientific priorities studying and trying to do something about the possibility of a methane outbreak from the Arctic. And unfortunately we're not, because that's scarcely mentioned by IPCC in its assessment, because I think it's being criminally kind of complacent in not wanting to stress or even talk about the possibility of some major catastrophes. The only way, as far as offshore methane is concerned, for instance, would be bring back Arctic sea ice. And some people are saying, let's try and do that. But the trouble is, you can't really bring back Arctic sea ice without cooling the planet. And nobody's thought of a targeted method that will simply cause sea ice to grow or not retreat around the edges of the Arctic Ocean. That the sea ice growth and decay is governed by global temperatures. So finding a way to bring back sea ice won't work unless you can cool the entire planet. But the only way that I can think of, or that anybody has thought of, is this method that curiously the oil industry has come up with, which is a modification of the fracking method to have offshore wells, offshore platforms along the Arctic coastline, just in shallow water, and then drill down and have a network of horizontal drilling into cavities, or creation of cavities, to try to suck in the methane and then pump it out through the well without it actually breaking through the seabed and rising to the atmosphere. So that's no research been done on that. It's just been suggested, but somebody should be doing research on this before it happens. Otherwise, we've really had it. It is about 27 times as powerful. So every molecule of methane causes 23, I think, times as much warming as one molecule of carbon dioxide. But after about 7 years in the atmosphere, a molecule of methane is likely to be oxidized in the atmosphere, and it turns into a molecule of carbon dioxide. It loses its power, really, because its warming power is reduced to 1/27th of what it used to be. So it's when the methane is in the form of methane that it's most dangerous, and when it gets oxidized to carbon dioxide, it's much less dangerous. It's less than 20th as dangerous. Children have a future only if we take action now, and my fear is that the current generation of world leaders, politicians, I won't call them statesmen because they're not, is too cowardly to take any action now, because any action would involve such a large disruption of our present way of life that they don't want to take it because they might not get re-elected. So there's a conspiracy of complacency throughout the world in which they still imagine that if we do a few minor things and a few minor adjustments and reduce our carbon dioxide emissions, then all will be well. But it won't, because we've already got too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We're already going to have more than 2 degrees warming, even if we don't emit any more because of the already existing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So we've got to not only stop emitting it or reduce the emissions, but find ways to take it out of the atmosphere. And that's a technology that hasn't been developed. Would be a massive research program to develop, but we should be doing it. It's a bit like the Manhattan Project. We should be doing it from the point of view of our own survival, and that's the sort of thing that the present generation should be concentrating all our attention on. And if we can do that, then our children have got a future. So my fear is that nobody will do anything because of cowardice and inertia and all the normal human attributes. They'll sort of say, well, let's wait until it really hits us and then we'll act. But by the time it really hits us, by the time our weather changes have made it impossible to feed everybody in the world, for instance, and we have worldwide famine, by the time those sort of changes of that scale have happened, it's too late to do anything. We will by then have too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere to prevent a kind of runaway global climate catastrophe. So my fear is that it's our own inertia will lead us to not take action until it's actually too late to save ourselves. Well, I would say focus the whole, stop spending all of the world's scientific money on military research, which at the moment about 90% of research funds in the world are spent on military research. Take all the scientists in the world and all the funds that are presently spent on military research and switch into studying, first of all, how do we take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere to reduce, because that's the only way ultimately that will save us, is to bring the CO2 level down. And we can only do that by some drastic method of actually removing CO2 from the atmosphere. We can't do it by messing around with reducing our emissions. We can't even do it by stopping our emissions because things have gone too far. We've got to actually take it out the atmosphere. So I would order the world scientists to make that the biggest research program in the world and forget military research, forget NASA and so on. Do that. We've got a research cruise in the Arctic Ocean in September with a new US icebreaker at University of Alaska. And we're looking at one particular thing, which may not be the most important thing, but it's that the retreat of the sea ice is in summer is going much faster than computer models predict. And we think that one factor there is the fact that as the sea ice retreats, it opens up this huge area of open water in the Arctic Ocean, which is then becomes like an ocean with lots of waves and storms and swell, and the waves themselves break the remaining ice up and cause it to retreat faster, so that there's a kind of collaborative effect there that the remaining ice is vanishing faster. There are very few politicians that have any credibility these days. This is an era of really poor quality politicians. It's a bad time for the planet. But the only person who really retains enormous respect and has a huge power base in the world is the Pope. And the fact is that he's extremely concerned about climate change. Last year he had a conference at the Vatican which I went to and gave a talk at, which was a bunch of climate scientists were invited to talk about how rapidly things are changing in the planet, what can we do about it. That was the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. So that meeting and the aftermath, the continued interactions between the scientists and the Vatican has led to the Pope really developing a very powerful encyclical about climate change, what we're doing to the planet, how bad this is and that we should be doing something about it urgently. And that's about to come out this week, and I think that will have a lot of power, because already it's producing kind of anguished expressions of denial from Republican presidential candidates in America who are Catholics. That they could previously reconcile being a Catholic with being super keen on oil and all the nasty things that pay for them being politicians. But now they've got to have a real difficulty when this encyclical comes out. They have to decide whether what comes first. So I think it's already, before it's even published, it's having a beneficial effect. Well, if it's really drastic, then I think we can. We won't be able to avoid 2 degrees of warming, but we can maybe stop it if we can develop CO2 removal. We can stop it before it gets to, say, 3 or 4, so we can gradually bring things under control, or at least reduce the rate of warming to the point where it is possible to adapt to it. At the moment, it's accelerating to the point where we can't adapt. But so I think if we take really serious action, and it has to be really serious now, that we can sort of survive.
The dullest of the dull.
Oh, I love how you give presents. The dullest of the dull is the
Hi,
worst.
Judy.
Hi there.
Hello, T-Man.
Catherine.
Oscars, the floor is yours.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, morning. I'm Yunus Hussein, one of the vice chairman of the task force. I'm wearing Indonesian traditional shirt here, batik. This batik is usually wearing by late President Mandela. Yeah. That's why I use this batik shirt. I'd like to start my presentation by quoting my president's statement. This is the new president of Indonesia for 1 year in power. We have strived to restore Indonesia as a maritime country. The ocean, the seas, the strait and the bays are our future. We've been turning our back on them for far too long. Now is the time to restore until we achieve Jalas Peva Jaya Mahai, that Indonesian terminology. It means in our seas we are triumphant. For the implementation of the policy of our president in marine and fisheries sector, our government adopted these policies starting from last year. We adopt the moratorium for foreign fishing vessel for 1 year, and then it is followed by the prohibition on transshipment in Indonesia. And the other prohibition is for the use of seine, net and trawl. One of the most important policies is the establishment of the task force to prevent and combat IUU fishing in Indonesia. It's in November 2014. This task force conduct compliance audit to 1,132 exploring vessels. This is formal figure. In the sea, there are more than 1,000 because based on their confession, the perpetrator confessed that they copy the license. For them, they have one license, they copy 5 or 6 times. So in the sea, there are about 6 or 7,000 foreign vessels in Indonesia. And then we also adopt the policy to sink the capture IUU fishing vessel. We have some about 69 since last year. And then the important measure also to strengthen law enforcement. We try to issue the graded law enforcement guideline. And finally, we propose to the government to have a roadmap to improve governance on fisheries business. This is based on the principle of sovereignty, sustainability, and prosperity. After conducting examination, analysis, evaluation to this foreign vessel, we have the conclusion that 100% of export vessels violated the law. So no single one comply with the 100% comply with law regulation in Indonesia. As the consequences of this finding, we have revoked the license of 15 company, 245 fishing license, and 31 river license or transport license. We suspend also some of this license and some having a reprimand letter for those violations. This is the compliance map. This is our finding based on our on-site visit. In addition to the administrative search, we also have on-site visit at various parts of Indonesia. For example, in Papua, this is the biggest violation happened in Papua. For example, they employ foreign crew, which is prohibited by Indonesian fisheries law. And then the other violation is usually happen in Indonesia is double flagging, double registration and double flagging. It's still registered in Indonesia, use Indonesian flag, and going to China or Thailand, they use their own flag. When we try to open the drawer in this vessel, we found many foreign flags in the sea, in the vessel. The most violation also is the activation of vessel monitoring system, some also automatic information system, ICE, illegal smuggling of gas, catching protected and endangered species, illegal export of endangered species out of Indonesia, illegal of goods, forced labor, especially labor come from Myanmar, Laos, in Cambodia. The other serious violation is happened in Maluku area. This in the eastern part of Indonesia. This close to Papua, that's Maluku province. The other violation, for example, is human trafficking and forced labor. And I told you later on in this case, especially in Benjina and Ambon area. This the new proposal from us to improve the governance of fisheries sector in Indonesia. First is improvement of vessel registration, strengthening the capacity of port states, measure phosphate control, improvement of CAT or trade reporting or documentation, improvement of fisheries license governance, of surveillance system, comprehensive law enforcement guideline, and we try to adopt the policy human rights traceability by requiring the company to conduct human rights legal due diligence, and then we can audit whether this company already comply with law on human rights. And then it is also important to have cooperation for international labor with other jurisdictions. We have also regional plan of action. Indonesia national plan of action also have cooperation with Interpol, especially when we ask for having verbal notice or red notice to our cases. This vessel has been sunk about 96 since last year. Now what is the challenge, modus and trafficking, and what we call the new approach, multi-agency or multi-door approach in dealing with IUU fishing in Indonesia. It is the condition in Indonesia right now. We are lack of coordination among law enforcement agencies. In Indonesia, there are 3 investigators of fisheries crime. First is police, second is Navy, third is Ministry of Marine and Fisheries Affairs. But although we have 3 agencies responsible for this illegal fishing, there are not good coordination among them. At the time, we also Indonesia always the conventional approach. They always charge in like the perpetrated only by single count. We are like inability to detect the violation, also maybe late in respond, and sometimes problem in punishment also. Some of the cases also tainted by corruption in our judiciary system, maybe in bureaucracy of Indonesia. This is deficiencies of our system in Indonesia. I just want to discuss briefly about this big Haifa case. Haifa case, there are 3 violations. The activation of PMS, Community Information System, catch and export hammer head shark without license, and this vessel, the captain, Mr. Only convicted with fine in amount of 200 million rupiah, approximately 15,000 US. This vessel already go away. Now it's maybe in Hong Kong or China. We are for Interpol to make purple notice to indicate it. The second case is related to this Sino vessel. Most of the cases closely related to China vessel and Thai. There are 5 Chinese vessels present in Ambon, and we have a good conviction in high court, especially when there is a penalty 2 years imprisonment for the fishing master, and also there is a monetary penalty, fine 1 billion rupiah to this the company. And the other Sino cases in Merauke, in eastern part of Indonesia, they got not only 2 years imprisonment, also penalty for 1 billion rupiah, approximately 73,000 US. This is the recent case that's been mentioned yesterday by one of the participants, Silver Sea 2 case. We have arrested this big vessel in Sabang area, in the eastern part, in the western part of Indonesia, and now they file a suit that us in the district court of Sabang. In this case, we suspect the vessel steal the fish from our territory in Arafura, and then conduct transshipment in PNG territory outside Indonesia, and bring this fish to their own country. Then the new modus is steal the fish in Indonesia and transship in our neighboring countries. That's the new modus of illegal fishing. So this is another case related to PNG also. Human trafficking cases. So many cases of human trafficking, but the 2 biggest cases is happen in sorry. Happen in this area, Benjina and Ambon. I think yesterday one of the speakers tell us about the Ambon case, but the biggest one is in Benjina actually. This small case in other areas still happen, the case of forced labor and human trafficking. This is the case of in Benjina. It's from Ambon about maybe 1 hour and 2 hours by plane. 4 hours, 5 hours from Jakarta by plane. This is the victim in Benjina. They use fake identity of crews. 100% of the document of the crews is fake document. They use not passport, sailor books, cement books. It is 100% falsified. They change the name from Myanmar name to Thai name. 100% they change the name. Yeah. The crew operation this cemetery graveyard in Benjina. There are about 70 corpses have been buried here in this cemetery, and all the name in this cemetery use Thai name, but not Thai name, not Thai person is in this cemetery. Mostly is Myanmar. They have a cell for crew. This company, Pusaka Benjina Resource, they have a detention room like this, yeah, to arrest the crew. This is the cell for uncooperative crew. They always lock the cell if someone inside. And based on our finding in Benjina and Ambon, we find that there's human rights violation in the form not only human trafficking, forced labor, human smuggling from Mahachai and Ranong area in Thailand, transported to eastern part of Indonesia. Some of the crew is also child labor, minor, and worker exploitation. They work almost 20 hours a day. Salary discrimination, slavery, salary below minimum standard, working without social security, working without self-development facility. This is the human rights violation, especially in Ambon and Benjina. For Benjina case, there are about 682 has been repatriated to the home country, mainly Myanmar, some from Laos and Cambodia, with decision of internal relation of migration. We asked law enforcement to open investigations, and there are 4 suspects in this case. And now it's in our Attorney General office to bring to the court for Benjina case. In Ambon, there are about more than 300 victims. They're still under investigation of the police. Only some of these victims has been repatriated to their home country. To prevent the human rights violation in the future, we will require the company to conduct human rights legal due diligence, and then we will make a regulation of this and audit of this compliance. Based on our visit, on-site visit, we find that there are so many modus operandi or typology of IUU fishing in Indonesia. At least there are 15 typologies. First one is falsifying transfer of ownership. They use fake deletion certificate, for example. For some vessel from China, Thailand, they register in Indonesia by using a fake document. So register in Indonesia, also register in the home country. This double flagging. The concern is double flagging. What is that? Fishing without license. Change the name of the vessel. Like Haifa, they change 4 times. Usually they change the name. Not only Chinese name, Japanese name, and Western name, and according to the will to change the name. Sailing without port and seaworthiness clearance, using foreign captain or crew, deactivating PMS and automatic information system, illegal transshipment, falsifying logbooks, absence of health certificate, export of the fish, violating fishing ground, using prohibited fishing gear like trawl, marking down the size of the vessel, and there's no partnership in making fish processing unit. And the last one is not landing cat on the designated port. This is the type of violation of IUU fishing in Indonesia. There are other crimes related to this fisheries crime that we found. First, illegal tax fraud. 100% of this company violate the tax regulation. And other violation of this company. I still have one. In Indonesia, there are so many law or legislation related to the fisheries crime and associated crime. More than, I think, almost 20. Fisheries law, investment, conservation, company law, anti-corruption, UNCLOS, Nation Convention of the Sea, environmental law, anti-money laundering law. They also not only launder the fish, but they also launder the proceeds of crime generated from fisheries crime. Criminal code, especially in using the blacks fishing, illusion, economic exclusive, human rights law, human trafficking, sea transportation law, quarantine, coast and remote islands law, management law, custom law, taxation, labor law, immigration. These many laws have closely associated with the violation in fisheries sectors. Now I come to the end of my presentation on the multi-door approach. What the previous speaker mentioned by multi-agency approach, I think is similar. Why legal multidisciplinary approach is adopted? Because crime in marine and fisheries sector is across sector, across jurisdiction. Sometimes conducted by the organized crime, done, and all of it is serious crime. State limitation make it necessary to use other regulation to capture fishing perpetrator. Usually involve money laundering, bribery, tax evasion, and other related crime. This multi-law approach broadening the perspective of our law enforcement, multi-legal legal discipline, multi-law enforcer, and we try not only to chase the suspect but also to the corporation by applying corporate criminal liability. Thank you. That was my presentation.
Thank you very much for this frank presentation, clearly showing the seriousness of the issues. At the same time, the determination of the Indonesian government to do something about it. And looking forward to
why is the Ganges almost over? Because the glacier is melting 1,000 times faster than it was predicted to melt. So it's already gone in by about 5 kilometers. Now, it's happened now in today's news. You have seen that the Alps have got no snow this year. As the Alps get no snow, Europe gets no water. So it's already upon us. So when we use language like, oh, in 2050 it's happened, nobody for a minute believes A, that they will die, but 2, that they will ever see 2050, strangely enough. Both these beliefs exist in our minds. So if we can say, we are already in the middle of the climate change, we're done, we're finished. It's not only the polar bears who are hanging about in little islands. We are hanging about little islands. If I get 7 million Bangladeshi refugees per year, because Bangladesh is going down, because it's a coastal area, then my life is over. How can I mean, euro can fail today, the rupee tomorrow. How can I stop? Just urea, and the US and India being the highest urea users in the world, even that we haven't stopped. Now, in all our economies, methane is playing a biofuel part. There's an intention of every country to increase methane, not decrease it, so that it takes the place of carbon dioxide. Hello? Does that make any sense at all? I mean, India has a proper economic plan to increase methane use. So, again, another long answer. Sorry.
Thank you.
There just doesn't seem to be any short answers here. I wish I could just reply with yes.
Maybe I'll think of something. The World Preservation Foundation has seen a number of solutions that can actually work, and one of them is the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency have said that the quickest way and the cheapest way to pull down carbon dioxide, to stop the heating, is to plant trees, to grow trees rather, and grass, to take the livestock off all the rangelands, all the pastures of the world. And that would cost only 20% of any other mitigation proposal. Now,
where do you take this cattle off?
Two years ago, the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency produced it. I'm happy to be happy to get it.
Sorry.
In Africa, 51% of the continent is actually high rainfall savanna. That is, there's more than 3/4 of a metre rainfall. And we're told that with that rainfall, if the savanna was not burned, it would return to woodland and forest. So there we have huge potential to soak up. It's in Africa, fire is used commonly to maintain pastures, to burn out old grasses and stuff. Several times a year they fire.
No, it's used in India as well. It's used in China. It's used all over the world.
Yeah.
Fire is used as a method to clean up.
Yeah. So I share your concern, and I but I do see these solutions are there, are readily available for us.
I don't see any
And you think we
solution.
should?
I don't see tree planting as a solution that will work immediately. After a tree is not a tomato plant. It doesn't grow in 2 months. I can plant a billion, million, trillion trees. And I will still have to wait 50 years for them to turn into a forest. Right? A tree, 100 trees does not a forest make.
No. But there are many areas that will regrow naturally.
No, I'm saying even if we let it regrow naturally, or even whether we plant them, it's still not a solution that will work for me right now. It will not stop the Arctic from melting. I'm more concerned with the permafrost in the Arctic than I am with anything else. Because if they melt and we've still got the ozone holes there, then nothing stops us from completely going over the edge. So give me a solution that will stop the Arctic from melting, that will keep the permafrost, keep its methane. Give me that solution. Don't give me about putting 5 cattle into a room and letting the grass grow naturally. We're looking at titch-button solutions. That's why NGOs do, halfpenny worth of work and then congratulate. Or governments use NGO work to say how well they're doing. But tell me the one solution that will stop the Arctic. That's all. That's the one point we need to go to. Not Durban, not India, not anywhere else.
Madam Gandhi, I have a question from the moderator. In the mitigation strategy...
1 second.
Sorry.
Yeah, tell me.
No, just to follow on this question, you mentioned mitigation strategy from grassland. I'm just wondering if you could share with us your opinion of the difference of changing diet versus a mitigation strategy like that.
If you don't eat, you don't have to take... You see, the Netherlands is suggesting every country has come up with its own crackpot solution, all right, to remove 12% and 15%. US says make pigs with 3 stomachs and cows that have produced less fermentation, right? All the scientific establishment is now working on biogenetics for animals to make them produce less methane. Netherlands, as you say, is saying let's take them all off the pastures and put them into rooms. The point is, whether you put them into rooms or you put them outside, they're going to produce the same methane levels. Yeah? So the best is not to have them at all. And the only way you can not have them is by not eating them. So don't eat them. And by next year, they won't be there. And then you can have all the pastures you want. You can have all the regeneration you want. All the fires that are set in our countries are to clean up the areas for cattle, so they won't be set anymore.
So do you think the vegan solution is a real solution?
I'm saying not only is it a real solution, but it's an immediate solution. Within 3 years, you will have given us a breather to work out the carbon dioxide problem. Here we're not even getting the breather.
Yes, South Africa Broadcasting.
There's a lot of even sort
Sorry,
of.
can you
my name's Judy Searle. I'm on assignment for 50/50 SABC TV2. There's a lot of people who in the main plenary discussions, the fact that methane is not on the table is really ridiculous. But even what is on the table, the fact that there is so much contesting of everything that is trying to prevent us from using a fossil fuel-based society, it doesn't make sense. There's a lot of people who've, as a result, come to think of it as like a conspiracy, that the government's actually working for the oil companies, and we just fools who just go along with it, and we believe we have democracy because we get a vote once every 5 years. Is there any other reason that you can think of why the world would actually choose to those people who are in there discussing nothing except money, surely they either don't believe it or there's some other agenda. Have you got any idea what it could be? And the second question is the sea. I'm really very worried about our situation in the sea. Can you just tell me what you would have told us if you'd had more time last night about the sea?
Well, the first thing I'm going to tell you is that why are people quarreling inside COP? Because not a single one knows what they're saying. They're all career diplomats, career bureaucrats, and career politicians, none of whom are scientists and none of whom have actually got any positions except country positions, which are that I will take home more than the other. If you look at the COP from 1 to 17, the same person hasn't achieved the next COP, either the same minister nor the same bureaucrat. Most of them, like for instance in India, the person who's coming here was appointed last week. So hasn't got a position at all, except I won't do what my predecessor did. So what you're dealing with is people who are talking about matters they knew nothing about, to an audience which is not in Durban but in their own countries. And it's about a subject that cannot be dealt with, as I said before. Why would I quarrel with you? And why would I keep quarreling with you? Unless I didn't know what I was talking about. 2, I didn't know what I wanted. What do we want with carbon dioxide? As I said, what is the position? What are we quarreling about? Not one person at COP17 is saying, all right, I will do this. Let's quarrel about this. Shall we put off coal first or cars first? That hasn't even come to the table. The quarrel is, you have more carbon dioxide than I have. Therefore, you must allow me to have as much carbon dioxide as you have before I mitigate it. That is the quarrel, right? To put it simply. Now that has half the world on one side and half the world on the other. Now that is not a bridge you can divide, because the developed world is saying, okay, we've made the mistakes, please don't make them again. We will pay you money not to do it. And the developing world is saying, I know, I'm sorry, that's too late, I can't go back with just this much money. If you give me this much money, I'll think about it. But in actual fact, I'm not going to change because I'm going to do what you did. That's the only quarrel. So the actual nitty-gritty in COP17 or COP1, COP8, COP10, Rio, wherever you, Kyoto, Copenhagen, has not even come onto the table for negotiating. Which is, all right, am I putting a moratorium? You will be allowed to have 500,000 cars, and I will be allowed to have 500,000 cars. Let's talk about this. But that hasn't even come onto the table. Okay, you will be allowed to have 400 coal-based plants, and I will be allowed to have 400 coal-based plants. Once you get to actuals, then there will be no more quarreling, then we're dealing. And we will be able to reach a sensible solution. But we haven't even reached the point of dealing. Because there's nothing to deal with. What we're actually doing is saying, I'm going to do what you're going to do, and you're saying, no, you're not going to do what I'm going to do. And I'll pay you not to do it, but my money is very little because my euro is going down the drain and I've got a recession going on in the US, so I'm going to give you very little. End of problem. So that is the problem. That is the reason why COP is achieving nothing. The second is about the sea, the ocean. You mean the ocean?
Yeah.
The ocean, unless you stop fishing, is dead. Unless you stop using it as the largest garbage dump on the earth, it's dead. Unless you start saying that using it as a resource, as a permanent oxygen sink, rather than a fish catching country, you're finished. After all, if I use urea, it all pours into the ocean. But I'm not the only one. You're pouring cyanide into the ocean, you're pouring your oil into the ocean, you're pouring everything into the ocean as we speak, every minute of the day. So it's not holding up at all. 400 black holes, each black hole is between 100 kilometers to 200 kilometers, which means we're looking at, what is a black hole? It's a hole that goes from the ocean floor to the top. And within it, there is no oxygen, there's not even this much signs of life. It is like a dead star. No fish will go through it, nobody can enter it. If you go in, you may not come out. And it has only been created by an excess of algae, which were created by the chemicals we put in. And they destroyed the ocean, that part of it, till no fish, nothing exists in it. Now these are not reparable. They will be there forever. And you had 16 6 years ago. You have 400 now. So how long is it going to be if the whole of the ocean is a black hole? Where will our water come from? After your clouds pick up water from the ocean and give it to us as fresh water? Where will we get water from if it's all a black hole? So the ocean is not something that we can even save. After all, your corals are almost all white now. And they are the biggest bioindicators. You have to stop fishing. You have to stop using it as a garbage dump. It's easily done. If you just stop fishing, you stop fishing. After all, when they said you can't kill whales, then everybody stopped killing whales, except Japan and Norway. So there are things that have to be done by executive order. But they're not even on the table as yet. Nobody is saying stop fishing. They're looking at quotas. You fished out the Arctic, so you go to the Pacific. You fished out the Pacific, now you go to the Indian Ocean. So I don't really have much hope. But in any case, all of it becomes irrelevant when the Arctic ice melts. So, I know, so boring, so despondent. I wish I could say something so happy that we would all be jumping about for joy.
Are there follow-on questions? Yes.
Hello.
Please identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Mafeno from the University of South Africa. Okay. Just listening to all this, ma'am, of course, there's a sense of despondence and almost loss of hope. And I'm hoping that we might be able to come out of this. But surely, I doubt if it will be an overnight sort of solution as we are proposing. My question is twofold. Firstly, everything I think in the world is tied to economics, commercialization of this, that, or that, which is the money element. And that is why we have these big conglomerates, all of them defending their positions and doing what they're doing. I mean, there is money involved in commercialization. Now, from the message that is coming from your side, it's more, I would imagine, of an appeal to an individual, your ordinary man in the street, to say, change your lifestyle, basically, something that I'm very much for. But it's a case of how realistic is that? Because it's one thing to say, hey, let's look that way. For me, it's a case of how. How do we, if we were to just put simple, realistic steps for an ordinary person.
What I'm saying is don't change your lifestyle. That's the thing that everybody doesn't understand. The carbon dioxide quarrelers, the ones that have taken carbon dioxide as their main message, are saying change your lifestyle, which is what nobody's prepared to do, including me. If you tell me don't go for a holiday, roam around in the dark, go to sleep before 6 because there's no electricity after 6, I'm not going to do it, right? I mean, Greece was dying and it still wouldn't change its lifestyle, right? So I'm saying, have as many cars as you want, put all the electricity on, do what you want, don't change your lifestyle, except in one small fashion. Don't eat meat.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't eat fish. Now that is the least of your lifestyle changes. If
If
I asked you a simple question, give me a choice, whether you will use your car or whether you will eat meat. If you eat meat, you will not get a car, and you will not get buses, you will not get transport. Which one would you choose?
Well, look, it sounds all simplistic the way you...
No,
I'm just
it's
saying,
quite simple. It's quite simple because one says, I'm saying use as much carbon dioxide as you want, give up the methane. Now you have to take a choice. Obviously, anybody will say, no, a car represents for me freedom. Travel represents for me liberty. Whereas meat is irrelevant if I have great vegetables, if I have great food to eat, if I have mock meat, if I have things that taste the same as meat. After all, it's taste that you're worried about, right? And what we're saying is that without the methane content, we can give you the same meat, because that is where technology has already reached. So what would you rather give up?
See, what I'm trying to say, ma'am, is that I'm talking as a man in the street, somebody that lives in an
absolutely.
ordinary community where, for whatever reason, over the last, I don't know how many years now, people's diet is so much made of, stuff from meat. Essentially,
Absolutely.
Now, that is a radical change to say to somebody, I mean, as you know, South Africa is one of the...
But I need to present it. Governments need to present it as an either-or solution. If you do meat and cars, you die. So now you do meat or cars, meat or electricity, and you live well. Which one would you choose? Tell me.
Well, I know what you're leading to, but I'm saying, practically speaking, for an ordinary
So
guy,
then we be practical
for an
and we
ordinary
don't
guy,
die.
who, wherever he walks, there's a KFC, there's a McDonald's there, there's this, there.
But that's there because you eat it.
So if we were to say to them, guys, this is what we should be doing, a step-by-step process
There's no step-by-step time now.
of living or living off.
I'm saying we are trying to do a step-by-step. We are saying, after all, I'm not standing here with a stick and we are presenting to you delicious alternatives. We are presenting to you, after all, we are all as well dressed. We live just as well. There are no aging hippies here. We are all reasonably good in our professions. All we're saying is we do not believe in destroying the earth. And we believe that if you remove methane you can do well. That's all we're asking you to do, is to bring it onto the table. And this step-by-step approach has been tried for carbon dioxide. It hasn't worked for even one step. After all, after spending something like $100 trillion, solar energy is still 3% of the world's total electricity mix. So that's step-by-step. That's a step-by-step approach. So no doubt by the time we all die, it will reach 5%. So what we're saying is governments now have to take a decision and say that no meat now. Why don't governments say no drugs, no cocaine? Some governments will at some point say no smoking, hopefully. So why don't they just say no meat? Or not no meat, I'm saying, no meat export. You want to eat meat, produce it yourself. You'll find half of the world can't produce it.
Yeah, briefly, just to follow up on what, my name is Melanie St. James. I'm here from Empowerment Works. We're based in California. We're a global sustainability think tank in action. And the first thing I'm hearing is that there's a lack of evidence-based policy making. And so, Madam Gandhi, from your experience, long experience in government in India, what do you feel would enable, what mechanisms could on a national level, like you said, so we can take action, each country do what they can. What have you seen to be effective? And also in regards to what is culturally relevant and normal, just wanted to call attention to Dr. Mienge's presentation yesterday about the proteins that have been traditionally in the African diet, and actually that the meat consumption is more of a neo-colonial consumer-based strategy and marketing from globalization, and the evidence of that historically, and how that has really become more of a market trend rather than our own culture here, or the culture here.
So the question is, what should governments do? Is that the question?
How can evidence become part of the policy-making framework?
The first thing is to, I'll tell you a story. I don't know whether it should be on television, but it's a correct story. When I was 32, I was Minister for Environment, and I was sent off to fight to work the Montreal Protocol because India was holding up the entire agreement. So before I left, I asked the Prime Minister, what should I say? And he said, I don't care, say anything. And so I actually studied, and we managed to get the protocol through. But that were my specific directions. I don't care, do what you like. So the first thing is perhaps to bring these up in all parliaments. Let people bring up methane for debate. Let everybody realize the seriousness of the situation. And then let governments sit together and work at it in their own way. If some people want to do coal first, let them do coal. If some people want to stop meat export, as India should. If some people want to reduce leather, then put moratoria on, for instance, no leather to be worn by children on school shoes. No leather to be worn here or there, or whatever, in large groupings. Now those things can be adjudicated executively. For instance, the Supreme Court in America has ruled that vegetables have to be given to children in schools. Now, after the Supreme Court has made its decision about giving vegetables to children in schools, the American government has allowed pizzas to be called vegetables. So, you have to make up your mind. but things can be done by governments. And the rest is, of course, if one person stops eating meat, that's 15,000 less animals being born. So if each one says, okay, I'm not stopping it from today, then you make a huge difference, huge. If you instead say, oh no, I won't eat cattle from today, but I'll eat chickens, then you are creating a bigger crisis, because for every bit of chicken, you have to have 10 more chickens than you have to have a cow. And if cattle release, one cow releases 600 liters of methane, a chicken releases 250. So you actually at the same crisis. So you have to, each person has to now make up their mind for themselves. But yes, governments, I don't know how governments can do it. I know how the Indian government can do it. Bring it into parliament, let it be talked through, let decisions be made executively, and they will be followed.
It seems very strange, but that a whole conference on global warming actually ends up with the governments talking about money. But that seems what they're talking about. They're not really talking about saving our planet, they're talking about money. And it leads you to begin, especially with all the things that have been happening with the world of money, and you begin to realize money is really a scam, isn't it? It's just a way of controlling the resources of the world.
No, but they're talking about money because there's nothing else to talk about. If I say that I'm going to pollute as much as you pollute, and you pay me for not polluting, then the answer is money. But how do you stop? See, the people giving the money, the United States was giving a polluter fund, right? Now I know in India that you did the stupidest things and then you claimed that money. So you didn't actually make any difference. Suppose I was running a shop and I decided instead of giving plastic bags out, I gave paper bags out. Then I would get money from the polluters fund. Suppose I grew 15 trees in my backyard, I could then claim money from the polluters fund. So if you're going to throw money about like that, then the talk will always be about money because there's never enough. But there's no way in which the people taking the money are using it sensibly. And there's no way that the people giving the money can or even should give it. Alright, I made a mistake, I polluted the planet. Why should I give you money now not to pollute it? You do it yourself because in any case we're going to die. Maybe because of my mistake, but you're dying just as much.
The thing that also worries me about money is it's a means of certain very few individuals controlling the world. And so
we never get that far because there's never enough money. So how do they control the world?
They just create more.
No, America gives the money, but they give it to the Indian government, for instance. The Indian government disperses it like a normal lunatic would, which means straight into the dustbin. You know, in terms of paper bag replacements or other rubbish. So nobody controls anybody, it's just money for jam. You know, you just throw it away.
Do you foresee us ever living in a world without money? Because I think that's the solution. Because then it changes the power.
I would be hard put to get up every morning and say, okay, how much does this cost that I can exchange for an egg or not? I'd have to reevaluate everything I owned. And it would open up huge exploitation of mines. It would lead to more wood cutting. Because then you're exchanging. The barter system in this day and age, with our mentality, would destroy the world in 3.5 minutes flat.
Why would it have to be barter at all? Why do you have to evaluate everything? Why don't we just put in because we want to? Because we just want to contribute something to the planet?
Because when we were doing that, there were probably 1 million people on the planet. And now there are 7 billion. And I can't see 7 billion people actually negotiating a lack of tender, legal tender.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from Madame Gandhi?
We should go to Daniel now. He probably has far more sensible things to say.
I just want to ask guys, my name is Jean, we run a small farm in Canada, and one of the problems is we sell 2 tomatoes, and that costs people $1. And they go, $1 for 2 tomatoes? I can go get a hamburger at McDonald's or another place for $1. And this is caused by subsidies, this problem of...
I want to grow and export peas. I have to buy land, put in the pea seeds, harvest them, can them, send them abroad, all at my own expense. But if I want to export meat, I grow the meat. When I say grow the meat, the goat can graze free on government land, denuding all the hills and villages of their rightful pastures. It's free. I then take it to a government slaughterhouse where it costs me 1 rupee, that's about 1 cent or 2 cents, to get each goat killed and cleaned and packed for me. And I then export it, and for every meat goat that I export, I get an incentive of double of what it cost me. And if I want to set up a slaughterhouse myself, I get a free loan from the, not loan, I get a free grant from the government of 20 million rupees. And I can set it up and I don't have to repay the loan. So that is the kind of incentive I have for creating meat and for feeding the rest of the world. So as a result, I have no forests left. I have no pastures left. Oh, absolutely. There's a demand for it. But there's a demand for it because I've created it. I'm giving to them free. I give you a 1 kilo of meat at 20 cents. So obviously there will be a demand for a 20-cent meat. And I can give it to you at 20 cents because the pasture has come free, the forest has come free, people's water has come free. I have created only death and devastation in the villages because they have no plants left, they have no water left because of the goats. We have whole, mountain ranges like the Aravalis, which have not got one plant on them left anymore. My sewage systems are blocked up with blood. Everything, and that's why I can sell meat for 20 cents a kilo, which is what I'm doing. That is why I'm feeding the whole of the Middle East. So if I remove those subsidies and said, okay, you want to grow goats, you tether those goats, you feed them on food that you've grown yourself. You will use your own slaughterhouse and you will pay this much money for the slaughterhouse. You will look after your own sewage boy. You will do everything that I do as a vegetarian to grow food. And when you send it abroad, I'm not giving you an incentive to export it, you export it and whatever money you get, good for you. Then my meat instead of 20 cents will cost $200. And then there will be no demand for it, I assure you.
Thank you, Madam Gandhi. Our next speaker, Dr. Daniel Maingi, is a molecular biologist with a passion for conservation of both biodiversity and ecosystems. He is also a devoted vegan. Daniel has served in both public and private research organizations in Kenya and in the United States. Dr. Maingi works with numerous organizations to preserve natural habitats, to feed the hungry, and to help small farmers thrive through sustainable agricultural practices. We will take your questions after a few comments from Dr. Daniel Maingi.
Thank you, members of the press. I think I'd like to twist most of the discussion this afternoon to the questions of Africa and its place in the climate change debate. I think from many of the scientific journals and papers that you read, the evidence actually shows that the African person, whether here or in diaspora, is more affected by lifestyle diseases. You go to the US and you find the black American, the African American people are the ones with the highest rates of cancers, heart attacks, and also diabetes. And you come to Kenya, you come to Nigeria, or even South Africa, and as soon as you introduce meat, you start getting a lot of problems, and then the health cost goes up in the hospitals and all that, simply because for many years, Africans never used to eat much meat as we are being forced to eat right now. Most of the diet was based on protein coming from plant sources. And I can tell you the case of Ethiopia, which has this particular plant. It's in the millet wheat family. It's called teff. It has the highest amount of protein in it And if you make what they call the injera and put all your other greens on it, you won't need any other protein from anywhere else. Now that we are in the stage of globalization and we need McDonald's, we need Kentucky Fried Chicken to come in so that we feel we have reached, then it has become very common that as soon as our income goes up a little, then it's a privilege to go and eat meat. And then you eat meat not once a week, but almost every day. And now you're at the stage where you're eating meat for breakfast, meat for lunch, and meat for dinner. Unfortunately, and this is my specialty, that's my area of training, your genetics don't allow that kind of situation. Your heart gets clogged and you're falling around like flies. And so what I'm saying is that really we in Africa, we should resist from the persuasions on the billboards that, oh, this slab of dripping meat looks so good and yummy. We should really get away from that and stay on what we used to do, and that is eat a variety of many things. And then I know there are so many negotiations, but there are others that are also related, where we have come to a point where US subsidies for their farmers in the USA are producing so much grain for their cattle. But then once their cattle are fed, they have still so much surplus and they're exporting it to Africa. And in Africa, we end up eating what the animals were supposed to be eating. In the GMO meat, GMO corn, that's what is being exported to Africa. Our World Food Program are exporting all that stuff. And why? Because we, back in the 70s and 60s, there was a revolution, the agricultural revolution, which is called the Green Revolution. And now we have come back around to the stage where we have a second green revolution that is being pushed by very prominent people. What is called the new revolution for a green, the new green revolution for Africa. Where again, and this is very true, we burn up a lot of the savannas, like our friend from the Preservation Foundation is saying. We burn up a lot of forests in order to be able to put plantations for corn and soya, and we feed back into the market for cheap grain that will feed the animals. But if there's surplus, we feed the human beings. So let me call you back to the point. Climate change is really being fueled by our lifestyle changes. And if we can cut back, like we have always been, on eating meat, then we can begin to make impacts, not in 50 years, but within the next 10 years.
Within the next 10 months, depending on how many people leave it.
So can we take questions for Dr. Wang?
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Judy Sawyer from SABC TV. I've been very interested in the position of meat and health for a long time because to some extent it seems almost poetic justice that what we do to animals should result in making us suffer so much. And yet in Africa there's this statement, meat is meat and a man must eat, and that's become synonymous. It's considered male, especially I think now amongst the black males, I think, particularly, but I think even amongst the South African males, it's meat is meat and a man must eat. In actual fact, they found out that, I think, that with the amount of female hormones that you get in your meat, exactly the opposite actually occurs. Could you comment further on that? And also, one other thing is that could you comment also on the amount of toxins that are in battery farm meat, please, and what effect it might have on our immune systems?
Thank you so much. I'm told there's a very popular song in South Africa that is talking about women who are very well endowed in their behinds.
My mom is genetic. Say it.
Yes, and unfortunately, I don't know why, but really we should address the question of what we are eating, what it's doing to ourselves, and stop confusing where our attractions are going. It can be good for a short time, but it's very bad for your heart. And talking about what's happening, whether it's the fast food that we're eating, or the chicken, or the meat, I began by talking about the African DNA, the African gene, being so responsive to input, and especially of the proteins that we're putting in. But it has a lot more to do with the hormones that are in the whole food system, which is suddenly unnatural for the African gene. And in particular, when you talk about chicken, my mother, I have actually asked her to, and dissuaded her from growing broiler chicken. Her chicken gets to the market in 3 weeks. By the 5th week, it's too big and nobody will buy it. Whether you like
Beatrice, what do you feel is wrong about, or right or wrong about the nutrition process in place today?
Well, most people seem to be unaware of what really the body needs. I think that we've sort of lost track, really, of why we're eating, and that, in fact, the building blocks of all that of what we need are the biochemical processes that carry on in your body, the neurotransmitters that we have to make, the enzymes, all those things, the cells we make in our body need nutrients, and the only way they're going to get nutrients is from the food we eat. And therefore we need to optimize the food that we eat. So if we're eating largely a refined food diet, largely a processed food diet, so refined foods are foods that are basically what we call nutrient deficient. They have been stripped of their nutrients, like white rice, for example, which has had all its nutrients stripped from it, white flour and bread and pizza and pasta and all that stuff is just stripped. So as it's getting processed through the body, it's really using up nutrients which it doesn't have. For example, if you were to eat sugarcane, and the average can of Coca-Cola has about 1.8, the equivalent of about 1.8 meters of sugar in it from sugarcane. So you need 1.8 meters of sugarcane to produce enough sugar for 1 can of Coca-Cola. If you were to try and eat 1.8 meters of sugarcane, you would not get much further than probably about 10, 15 centimeters. And in that 10 or 15 centimeters, you would get all the nutrients that are required to process it through your body. You'd get the magnesium and the zinc and the minerals, etc., that are required for making energy. So this stuff about sugar being used for energy, yes, it can be used for energy, but you don't only need glucose and sugar for making energy. You need magnesium and zinc and vitamin B and iron and oxygen, and all those things are required to make energy. And without that, when we're making energy just from sugar, you're taking those nutrients from somewhere else. And then what the body actually does is it does whatever it can to keep you going today at the detriment of your long-term health. So that's just the way the body works. So that's what we're doing. So we might feel like we're healthy today, But all the chronic diseases that exist, from dementia, Alzheimer's, neurodegenerative, Parkinson's disease, ADD, ADHD, you name it, diabetes, it's across the board, heart disease, is really a lot of it comes from a lack of nutrients. And that's why we actually just can't eat the kind of food that we eat today. We have to eat lots and lots of vegetables. That is what we were genetically programmed to eat from when we were hunter-gatherers, foragers, etc.
And one of the things I think few people realize, therefore, is the effect on behavior of the eating, apart from the effect on the negation of your body, but the effect on behavior and the effect on your moods and what you think is a sweet tooth. Absolutely. They have no idea what's actually going on. Could you explain to them?
So I can explain a little bit. Basically, for example, when you're talking about mood disorders and say ADHD or something, a lot of that is to do with a disconnect between neurons. So neurons are nerve cells that actually can no longer talk to each other because we don't have the building blocks or raw materials to actually keep those cells, those neural cells, healthy. And to actually make those neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin. Most people are conscious of what serotonin, dopamine is another mood neurotransmitter, which works sort of similarly but different. And we need to have those raw materials. We also a lot of the fat. I mean, we've been talking for a long time about people having low-fat diets, but actually neurons and brain cells are made with fat, good, healthy fats. And if we don't have them, then we actually can't, those cells can't communicate with each other. So that's basically what we need, the building blocks to be able to make the cells, to be able to make the neurotransmitters. And if without those, we're not going to be able to, can't make those things. So that's basically what sort of, to put it very simply, what any kind of mood or mood disorder kind of neuron, ADD, ADHD, not able to concentrate, is kind of, that's very, very simple. There's lots of other things going on as well. But as far as the sweet tooth goes, what has actually happened is that it's just because it's habit. From childhood, we have been given, people give their babies sugar water. So we kind of, and the first foods, okay, it is true that breast milk is quite sweet, but basically when children first start to eat, what are the first foods that they start to eat? They start to eat pumpkin, fruit, pears, apples, stewed, and very often it's actually even has added sugar into it. And people have kind of got this perception that that's what babies need to eat, but that's actually not true. And there's been studies to show that if you start your children eating foods that they can actually grab in their hands, like little broccoli stems, little broccoli floret or cauliflower or a carrot stick, that they actually control themselves what food they put into it, they're less likely to get chronic diseases. One of the other problems about eating sweet is that the body has, from the mouth down to the stomach and actually even elsewhere, bitter receptors. In other words, all the way down the esophagus and the mouth, we have these receptors that kind of that react to bitter foods. So those receptors, which require things like like lemon juice or bitter herbs and like rocket and those kind of things, actually stimulate the gastric juices. So they get the stomach acid going, they get the enzymes in your intestines moving so that they can actually start to digest the foods. Unfortunately, those enzymes and that reaction is not actually stimulated by that sweet thing. So if you're eating your food and you're eating sweet, you're slowing down. You basically the whole digestive process is slowing down. And that's why I always say to my patients, start your meal with a hot lemon and water. Some people do apple cider vinegar, and then start a salad, which is sort of traditionally some communities do that. They put some rocket in and put maybe some lemon zest or something that's going to sort of stimulate your whole digestive tract. It's also a good idea to start your meal with, make sure that you're enjoying your meal, because you can eat a beautiful meal, but if you're not digesting it properly, well, you're not actually going to be using up the nutrients that are required. That's the reason why you're eating. So I think that's basically sort of what I kind of... And people need to be sort of do mindful eating. You need to think about what you're eating. You need to be grateful for what you eat. You need to say to yourself that this food is healing for me. And I think people just sort of stuff their faces with food just for the sort of sake of eating. And because they eat such nutrient deficient food, the body just is always hungry, which is one of the things that leads on to obesity as well. So, the reason why people want to eat so much of those refined foods is because they are nutrient deficient and the cells need nutrients. So they are saying subconsciously to you, give me food, give me more food, give me more food. And that's why people are just getting kind of fatter and fatter, because they're eating things like sugar, samp, white rice, bread, pizza, pasta. That's kind of like the main part of their meal, which is not what we should be doing.
Another thing is that I'd like you to tell us a bit about is cancer. We've noticed that the amount of cancers have grown astronomically since we started becoming such a big meat-eating, battery farm meat-eating group of people. And but I know it's something to do with the additives in the food as well too.
Yeah.
But there's also something else that I heard round about the sort of alkalinity state of your body and what to maintain to try and prevent cancer. Okay. Since a lot of us know that what we're doing is wrong, could you explain to us, first of all, what sort of things might be cancer increasing? And also, can you also try and explain to us what we could do to make a situation that cancer cells won't like?
Okay. Well, first of all, it's known that cancer cells love sugar. So, in fact, they use sugar as a diagnostic sometimes. A sugar solution is a diagnostic to find where the tumor is. Why do they do that? Because the sugar will go to where the tumor is or the cancerous growth is, and they'll be able to find, because they color the solution, and they'll be able to find exactly where it is. So, that's not rocket science. If that's what's happening, then we know that. So also there's the acid alkalinity thing is really also to do with, as you say, the meat we eat. But it's not so much that we eat meat. It's the kind of meat that you're eating. So if you're eating meat that's eating grains, that's eating genetically modified foods and grains, which are, by their very nature, what is called omega-6 rich, because grains, generally speaking, have got a lot of omega-6s in them. And in years gone by, we used to have a ratio of omega-6s to omega-3s. Those are essential fatty acids that are required for pretty much every cell in the body. But really, the neurons in the brain cells, etc., use a lot of that. So if you've eating something that's like more eating grain-fed, you're eating grains, then you're actually inflaming your body. And when you're inflamed, because you're eating this omega-6 rich, because omega-6s are generally inflammatory, which also contributes to cancer. So omega-3 rich foods are anti-inflammatory and omega-6s are inflammatory. So we've gone to a total wrong balance of those, which are, so basically we used to have about the same equivalent 1:1 ratio of omega-6 to omega-3. We are now, apparently a colleague of mine did a study where she discovered that South Africans went anything from 1:15 to 1:30. So they got 30 some South Africans have 30 parts of omega-6s, inflammatory products, chemicals, as opposed to one of the anti-inflammatories. So that's one of the reasons why meat has got a really bad name, because grass-fed, healthy animals that haven't gone through the stress of being farmed actually have the right proportion of omega-3s and omega-6s. So that's the, and that inflammation makes the body acidic as well. So then when the body is acidic, it'll also desperately wants to be alkaline, so it'll start pulling in minerals like calcium and magnesium from the bones and everywhere else to try and get it. But that acidic environment is also something where cancer will thrive. So lots of vegetables, a little bit of fruit, not too much fruit, because fruit is obviously, after all, full of sugar, even though it's natural sugar. But we've got to be very careful of that, and certainly fruit juice is not something that I would promote, or even dried fruit to unless it's very small amounts. So fruit, I mean, if we were to eat fruit as it was 500 years ago, we'd probably be okay, because apples were that size and kind of sour. Now they're that size and very sweet. So it's a totally different fruit that we're eating, where it's not, people think, oh, it's natural and healthy. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I don't know if I've answered your question, but hopefully I've touched on some of it.
To some extent, yes. One of the other things I wanted to touch on was the preponderance of more and more cancers. Then, are you saying that's coming?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, that's certainly diet related, because of the farmed meat that we're eating, the inflammatory meat that we're eating. So that goes back to what I said before. Certainly the high amount of lots of sugar that we're eating, which includes fruit actually in there. And then also just the fact that we're just not eating enough vegetables. So, basically the body will go haywire if we don't give it you need, for example, to run a car, you need, oil and water and petrol. We don't expect the car to run without those things. But for some reason or other, expect our bodies to run without proper food, what real food is. And so what those body cells will do, they'll just go out of control because they don't giving them the right nutrients. So the cells that are produced are not real, not healthy cells, not cells that can be part of the whole biochemical process that are giving us the requirements that we need to make a healthy cell.
Do stevia and honey fit into the same category as sweet
Well,
things?
it's like why are we always looking for something that's sweet? So we, unfortunately, a little bit of honey, a little bit of stevia is okay, but I find that when people, if they just replace sugar with stevia and honey, they still have the sweet tooth. So unless you take it out of your diet completely, in fact, there's apparently if you take it out for 3 weeks or something, then you don't crave it as much. You just sort of change your habits. So they're okay, but you've got to be careful of how much you use them, and it can't just replace sugar.
Do you know what the difficulties are with genetically modified?
Well, there's some studies that show, I mean, that as far as I know, that they change the genetic material of your microbiota. That's the gut flora. Those are the bacteria and fungi that live in our gastrointestinal tract. Now, we are actually 90% bacteria, or I shouldn't say microorganisms more than just bacteria. So we want to be able to encourage the healthy growth of our bacteria, which contribute to our good health. And there's lots of studies to show that that's. Sorry, I forgot your question there. What was it?
OGM.
OGM. Yeah. So there's also studies to show that when the GM food kind of disrupt that, they feed into the parasitic bacteria. We all contain we all have parasitic bacteria, but we are supposed to have enough of the healthy ones that the parasitic ones don't really matter. But what the GM crops do is they actually encourage the growth, because they interfere with gene material, because they've got strange gene thing. They interfere with the gene material of the microbiota. They've also been known to contribute to a situation which is called permeable gut syndrome. It's also colloquially called leaky gut. And there's more and more evidence that is a major role player in almost all chronic diseases. Basically what happens is there becomes gaps between the cells of the gastrointestinal tract, especially in the intestine. And what happens is relatively undigested food is then able to enter into the bloodstream, and that's what causes lots of food intolerances and intestinal problems. Yeah, and then that can basically, it's like part of the autoimmune disease spectrum. So all those things like Hashimoto's disease, rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, and there's evidence to show that even neurodegenerative disease have an autoimmune aspect, and so as to sort of even dementia, Alzheimer's, and those kind of things, and heart disease.
If you were to become Queen Beatrice of the whole world, and you could select, and without thinking of the repercussions as regards how people are going to eat, in other words, how quickly it's done.
Yeah.
But you said we have to do without certain foodstuffs.
Yes. Sugar would be number one.
Would it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt. And then obviously all the white flours and white grains, refined grains, because they behave in pretty much the same way as the sugar. They would be as depleting of nutrients. And there's, in fact, there's evidence to show that even whole wheat bread actually spikes the blood sugar levels more than sugar. And unfortunately, spiking blood sugar levels is not a good thing, because when your sugar levels go high, the sugar combines with proteins and fats in the body and becomes very destructive. Some people might know of something called HbA1c. If you've got diabetes, you might know that it's the hemoglobin of the red cell, which attaches to sugar, and it kind of gives you a little sort of mirror image of what's going on in the rest of the body. So that if your blood sugar, if the HbA1c gets high, you know that you've doing damage, because it's not only doing damage to the red cell, it's doing damage to every cell in the body. And they say that Alzheimer's, for example, is diabetes type 3. Because of the way that sugar can actually destroy your brain cells. And apparently sugar is as dangerous to the brain cells as cocaine. And if it was developed today, it would probably be a Schedule 6 or 7 drug.
Wow. That is amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Thank goodness you're saying that for people to know.
Yep.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Okay. So,
but how can I ask the question? How can we live a non-sugar diet? It's impossible.
No, it's not.
Well, but you're talking about there's
yeah. Well, I'm not saying that you have to exclude fruit altogether. I'm not saying that you have to exclude fruit altogether, but you need to think about what fruit is most like the fruit that we ate 1,000 years ago. So, things that are like wild berries, and berries in general, generally speaking, are closer to the original fruit that there was. And then don't choose an apple for the size and its sweetness. Choose an apple that's smaller and less sweet. And so fruit in general. But fruit juice is just sugar water, really. I mean, it's very damaging, because fructose on the whole is only really processed in the liver, and it actually can do as much damage if you're eating, drinking a glass of fruit juice and a couple of glasses of fruit juice a day, and you're eating lots of fruit. People seem to think, that 5 fruit and vegetables a day, so they do 5 fruit and no vegetables. No, that doesn't work actually. So maybe 2 fruit, maybe 3 fruit, but it's got to be what are called low glycemic index or low glycemic load fruit. So those are as I say, all the berries, watermelon, apple, pears, plums are kind of in that spectrum. Pawpaws, those are grapefruit and citrus fruit. Lemons, that sort of thing are very good for that. But I just want to go back to the fructose, how fructose actually only gets processed in the liver. And unfortunately what actually happens is if you've got too much fructose, it'll turn to fat. And the liver cells become fatty cells. And you get a condition called non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And it's basically, most people with diabetes probably have it, and other people that have a condition called insulin resistance, which is a pre-diabetic state, they will probably have it. And it's rife in countries where people don't drink alcohol. And sort of Middle East kind of countries, there is so much non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. It's the same as alcohol fatty liver disease. It looks the same. If you look at the liver, it will look the same. So it's doing as much damage. That's what sugar's doing. That's what those fruit sugars are doing. If you're drinking fruit juice, appetizers, whatever, those things.
So this theory about the 1 glass or 2 glasses of red wine?
I think personally, I think that actually probably does less damage than but you must never overindulge. 1 or 2 glasses of red wine, they say it works really well because it's that dark red colour is really good. Okay, there is going to be some, you've got to be careful, don't overdo it. And if you're going to drink wine, you need to drink organic wine and sulfur-free wine. And there's lots of organic wines in South Africa, and I don't know why people don't. They're not on every single menu of every restaurant. It's hard to find them. There are more than 25 wineries in the world. And it doesn't have to be expensive. There's anything from 35 Rand, and they're perfectly drinkable, and there's very good, very expensive, but there's good quality wines. So stick with red wine, 1 or 2 glasses. Don't binge. But yeah, and I don't know if you know anything about the seven zones. The blue zones. The blue zones are places all over the world where people live sort of older than anywhere else. There's one on an island in Greece. There's one in Japan. They're kind of all over the place. And basically, one of the things that they talk about is that these people drink a glass of wine. They also have a community spirit. They pray or they meditate. Those things are really important, and they forage. They eat a lot of locally grown sort of spinaches and greens that they just pick from around and about them. Although they do farm, they do just eat a lot of stuff that just grows wild around them. And there's a lot of stuff here that we can forage and eat. In your garden, as you going for a walk on the mountain, as you go walking down the road, you see at the moment there's all those beautiful little serum, the little yellow flowers. Those are high in vitamin C. They're fantastic, and they're everywhere at the moment. So you've got to look around you, try and think about what we knew years ago. Talk to the elderly, talk to people who are interested in it. Educate yourself. That's what we need to do. Just do whatever you can. It is a mindset, and it is a way of that you have to actually kind of get over the fact that you actually go and buy your vegetables from Pick n Pay, from the supermarket, or any supermarket. That we got to change that mindset, and it does take time, and but we owe it to ourselves, we owe it to our children, and we owe it to the planet.
Can you just tell us a little bit about fasting? And its long-term thing, starvation.
Okay. I'm not a great fan of fasting, although the occasional fasting one day at a time is not a bad thing. But you've got to be very careful, because fasting is, and you've got to be really healthy to be able to fast. And a lot of people even think they're healthy when they aren't, because what happens when you fast is that you actually start to detoxify. You're more than if you aren't fasting. So because the fasting kind of, the longer you are without food, you're using up more of the body's energies to do that detoxification process. But detoxification doesn't just take energy; it also takes all the nutrients. So you've got to make sure that you've supplied your body with those. I'm a bit of a believer in what's called the intermittent fasting. Basically, you should always make sure that there's 12 hours before your dinner and your breakfast, and up to 16 hours. I think with people who have diabetic or have blood sugar levels, you've got to be very careful. But for an average, relatively healthy person, it actually has been shown to do all sorts of good things to the body. So I think, and you've got to drink lots of water when you make sure. And I'm also a great fan of herbal teas, and when I say herbal teas, I do not mean the tea bags, although obviously those are what's convenient for people. But go out there's so many herbs and spices out there that actually are helpful for detoxing and fasting. So like ginger, fenugreek, milk thistle, star anise, it's just that all, turmeric, lemon, mint, lemongrass, all those things. And I grow quite a lot of those in my garden, but I also go through my spice shelf, put in some whatever herbs and spices. And that's another way of getting like a whole lot of nutrients that are easily absorbable, so you kind of feeding yourself without actually having to eat a whole meal that's got 20 different vegetables in it. Because ideally that's what we want, 20 different vegetables, not 5 different vegetables. It's rubbish.
And starvation, what kind of impact does that have, and why?
Yeah, well, it starts, but I think one of the reasons why starvation will actually the body actually starts to use up muscle to actually do the biochemical process that it requires to stay alive. So it needs nutrients to do all the things that it has. So basically, while you're starving, your body the metabolic rate starts to slow down, but it doesn't stop. So you need it still needs all the nutrients that are required to sort of break down and make cells and make just to keep you alive, to give you energy, etc. So what starts happening is the body starts to leach the proteins out of your muscles, and it's not necessarily just your the muscles of your limbs, or the muscles that you can see. There'll also be the heart muscle, the lung muscles, the kidneys muscles, the gastrointestinal tract muscles. All those will actually start to break down, and then you get that muscle wasting, which is indicative of basically of starvation. So you will actually, and then if your muscles are wasting, then your heart can't actually pump, your digestive tract can't move food down it, and you start to just really slow down, and the body will then starve to death, and all the tissues and organs will actually stop functioning ultimately.
A slight change in subject. There are certain foods that have been associated with having something really good about them, like turmeric that you mentioned, red peppers, and cinnamon.
Yeah, sort of superfoods.
Even if you could just give us a brief sentence about why we would each any one of those, or anything else that you think of that. Really, if ideally you would like to put those somehow in somebody's diet, so in the scheme that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. So, we call those things superfoods because they are very high and very nutrient dense. So it's, I would say anything that's brightly colored is going to be giving you more nutrients. Turmeric is sort of the golden thing at the moment. It's anti-inflammatory. It's got that beautiful bright yellow color. So if you can put that into, you can put it into curries, you can put it into your green smoothie drink, you can put it into your tea, it can go into a lot of different things. So it's just foods that are very, very, very high in nutrients. And the more you put those in, kind of the healthier you're going to be. You're giving your body you're kind of giving your body choices. Just like you would like to have choices when you start going to meal, you want to give your body the choices to be able to use this or that or whatever it wants to make what it wants to keep you healthy. The more limited your diet is, then the less options it has, the less choices it has. So all those superfoods, they all have other benefits. The turmeric is anti-inflammatory. It brings down your blood sugar levels. It helps with detoxification. It supplies certain nutrients that are required for certain biochemical processes that are really healthy. So, cinnamon lowers blood sugar levels. It's also good for the liver and things. So those, so the more of those kind of foods the sort of intensely flavored, brightly colored foods that you can put into your diet, the better it is.
Obesity, the
Yeah.
single biggest problem in America especially, but also becomingly so in our population in South Africa.
Yeah.
Obesity, when you look at a person, what do you know about them as a result?
I know
of
they're
seeing-
malnourished.
Yeah, that's funny, I know.
I know they're malnourished because basically fat cells don't require as much nutrients to be able to be made as a healthy, metabolically active cell. So they've obviously been eating foods that are nutrient deficient. And the other aspect is also stress. There's no doubt about that. Basically, when you are stressed, your cortisol, there's a stress hormone called cortisol, which rises, and along with that, so when you're stressed, when a healthy stress response, for example, if you were to run from a tiger or a lion or something, you have that cortisol level goes up, and then it tells the liver to break down glycogen, which is the stored sugar, and then your blood sugar level goes up, and then that sugar should go into your cells and muscle cells, and then you should just keep on running. But unfortunately, most of us, when we have chronic stress situations, we're not running from the tiger. We're actually sitting there waiting for that stress to just keep on coming to us. So our cortisol level goes up, our blood sugar level goes up, our insulin level goes up. So insulin is used to take sugar out of the blood and into the cell. So, but because the blood sugar levels constantly, so your cortisol levels are sort of constantly high, your blood sugar levels are constantly high because it's chronic stress, and your insulin levels are chronically high. What happens is that the insulin actually takes that sugar and turns it into fat. And that's what that sort of, specifically that sort of fat that's around the belly comes from that. And so it's quite often people say, oh, but I eat so healthily, but I still get fat. And that's quite often because of that stress. It's a stress response. So yes, it's possibly that it's a combination of things. And then there's also all the chemicals and things that we actually put into our system, which the body doesn't really know what to do with them, so it hides them in fat cells sometimes. A small amount it can actually sort of possibly handle if it's got the right, if it's close enough to a natural product that it kind of understands it or knows what it is or can recognize it. So if you look at a label of a highly processed food and there's all those ingredients on it, most of those you don't even know what they are. No idea what they are. If you don't know what they are, then your body chemicals certainly do not know what they are. Then what are they going to do with it? So you put them into your system, and it says, now what the hell do I do with that? What am I doing with that? So it kind of puts them into fat cells to keep them, so that keeps those fat cells kind of more kind of alive. They're there because they're hanging. They have a role to play. They've got to hide all those those chemicals that they're putting in. And also, there's also quite a lot of evidence that our microbiota, as I said before, the gut flora, that people that are overweight have a different makeup of microbiota to a healthy person. And so if you, in fact, there's quite a lot of a new therapy called fecal transplant. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. Basically where they take the bacteria from a healthy person and will put it into a non-healthy person. And then I read this thing about a person who's had a fecal transplant from her overweight daughter, and she'd never had a weight problem. And as soon as after that, she had a weight problem because she had the wrong mix of bacteria, and the sort of the one that actually sort of promotes fats or fat digestion. So you're more likely to put on weight.
Maybe the reverse would also apply.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Maybe the reverse would apply. Maybe we'll all go around having fecal transplants to lose weight.
There was something I was just going to ask you before. But tell us about water in the meantime.
Okay, water. Yeah, well, there's so much water. As with everything, it's a minefield. So the water most of the water that we get out of the tap is full of chlorine, so that's going to make us acidic. It's high in chlorine is a toxin, and it's got some water systems have fluoride in it. So you just really can't be putting that. It's again, we're putting some toxins into our system, and what does the body do with it? It doesn't really know what to do with it. So it's like we are kind of just adding another toxic load to our system. Water is it's not easy. You want to try and get it as available to people, which is one of the reasons why I really liked again herbal teas, because you boil the water. So instead of filtering water, filtering water is good, but it also takes out the good with the good with the bad. So you're left with a sort of dead water. If you drink a herbal tea, you're going to boil off the chlorine, and then you're going to add in all the phytonutrients and nutrients from herbal teas, and it's I think actually preferable to drink herbal teas to water. So. Yeah, and then there's all sorts of other toxins that can get into the water system, like hormones from all the millions of people who are on HRT and the pills. So there's like the estrogen levels are sky high in some water tables, and other water that's near mining mines and things. There's going to be toxins getting into the water and things. So. Yeah, it's difficult. We have to do the best we can with what we have, but if we don't try our best, then we're not going to get anywhere.
Potentially the last question.
Yes.
As you mentioned, we are 90% bacteria.
Yeah.
And microorganisms.
Yes.
There's this big rage in this era, marketing mostly, which says that you've got to have antibacterial, antiseptics.
Oh.
And it is really worrying to me,
yes.
the amount that we actually are putting ourselves in contact with things which are actually killing the bacteria that we need on our hands as well. And
absolutely.
Absolutely. Can you mention in what way one can protect oneself from it? Would you use an antiseptic hand wash?
Never.
Yes.
I would never use one.
Seriously?
I would never use an antiseptic hand wash. Hot soapy water is actually absolutely fine. There's people, we bath too much, we shower too much. Just top and tail, and you're good to go. Keep the healthy bacteria on your skin for, we didn't used to bath and shower every day, twice a day, 3 times a day, and then cover ourselves with antiseptic creams and petrochemical creams. It's just not what we should be doing. We should be using natural things. I do use some essential oils for if I've got, for various things, like maybe if I was for scent, for example, I'll use some rose geraniums essential oil or something like that. So, and I use tea tree oil sometimes, you can use oregano oil. They've all got antibacterial properties, but they're not like those antibiotics and antiseptics that are just sort of randomly kill every single bacteria, good or bad. So we absolutely have to have those bacteria, and people actually seem to think that every time they get sick they just need to take an antibiotic, and it's just destroying our gut microbiota. So we're just getting sicker and sicker from it, because it's an essential part of our lives, and we just not.
Does that explain that somebody said to me the other day, we need to reintroduce the amount of fermented foods in our diet?
Absolutely. I'm a great fan of fermented foods. But most people are familiar with probably yogurt and sauerkraut. Those are probably the things that most people are familiar with. They are basically foods. It's a process used to keep food, to keep them make food last longer, and was used more years ago when we didn't have refrigeration, etc. They're full of natural, healthy bacteria. And basically what you do is you just either, for the sauerkraut and kimchi, which is quite sort of fashionable, which is the Korean form of sauerkraut, and it's kind of spicy, and I find much more delicious than sauerkraut. You just basically mix salt, and then I put lots of sort of garlic and ginger and cumin and coriander and things with mine as well. So it's really kind of tasty, and then I leave it to ferment for up to 3 months. And then I'll put it in the refrigerator. But so yogurt, unfortunately, the yogurt that we call yogurt today is hardly yogurt. You can hardly call it fermented foods. If you're making your own yogurt out of organic, non-pasteurized, non-antibiotic infused, non-hormone infused, non-pesticide, herbicide infused milk, and then you're making your own yogurt, and the longer you leave it out to ferment, for example, time is money for the manufacturers, so they're probably fermenting that yogurt for a few hours, and then they add thickeners and this and that to kind of make it feel like it's yogurt, and then 90% of it, 90% they put sugar in it. So you just that's just a total waste of time. As far as I'm concerned, you should be making your own yogurt, or buying from a source that you know where it's coming from. And I usually promote something like a 24 to 35 to 36 hour yogurt, maybe even 2 days, because the longer you leave it out of the fridge to ferment, the more bacterial colonies you're going to be encouraging, and the more going to grow. So you're going to be replacing much more of those. Then there's things like kefir, which is a little looks a bit like a cauliflower little floret that you put into milk, which apparently has more bacteria than yogurt, and then more bacterial colonies. And then cheese. Yeah, it is, but I don't know if today's processing methods, you'd have to just make sure that you're using processing methods that are going to be doing the right thing. I read something recently about Emmenthal cheese and how it used to have those big holes in it, and that was something to do with, I think that's something to do with the amount of bacteria that's growing, and now those holes are getting smaller and smaller because of the processing method. But also I use a lot of other ones. I do something called beetroot kvass, which is a fermented beetroot juice, which I encourage people to drink before a meal. Beetroot is very good for the production of bile, so it helps to break down fat in your diet. And fat, when I talk about fat, I mean the good fats and the fatty vitamins like vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin A, vitamin K, and the essential omega oils. So without the ability to break that down, and that happens, I find that quite often happens, and people, especially if they've had their gallbladder removed, have great difficulty absorbing fats. And people think that that's okay, but it's not okay at all, because obviously you need those things.
It's a real treasure chest in here. You just keep finding things, which really makes it exciting. I think since a young age I always wanted to be a farmer. Never going to happen, but I feel like food gardener.
You'll show me that in the slides, which I can use for photos as well too.
About 3 months ago, it was really. This is millet, which also formed a part of nutrition of the folk in this area. It's not farmed these days, really. It's been replaced by wheat and maize, of course. But we make bread out of it. It's really nice, very nutritious as well. So this all started from one plant, and went over there. Now we've got enough seed the last year to produce an entire field. These are our 7-year beans. And, it's just constant. We're just producing beans all year round. It's constant. Here we go. Dappled light.
Okay, so say what these are.
Well, we've got grenadillas over here, which we make jams. This is fruit. Also nice for hedging. We've got gooseberries. We've got beans again in the back there. Behind it we've got chilies. We've got another nut tree through there. Macadamia nuts. This is lemongrass. Put into teas. Make teas with this. This is our compost bin. All our grass cuttings. There.
You eat those nasturtiums?
We eat them, we eat the flowers, and we eat the little capers that grow in them. But we can see it decomposing when it goes white. Here we start getting the good stuff underneath here. It's breaking down beautifully.
You wet it?
It's been doing it itself. We don't have enough water, but we're with the amount of dew we're getting, it's been doing it itself. Oh, there's no farming happening here. Because why do people need to farm if the government's giving them money? And the idea was that the older people farm. The older women normally do the farming. The older men sometimes. But that's all changed now because they just wait for the month to come, and then the grant will give them money, and they'll give that to their children. They'll go and buy food, which we know is all imported food and refined food. There's nothing for them. This is the most fertile land in the country, right here. This is the Umgazi River. The major function of the kids now, they won't even go to school now, is just to get water. Everyone's desperate for water. So they'll travel hours every day looking for water. This water down here in this river is because it's a tidal estuary. It's got obviously salt in it. Chinese I have, eh? To this whole road, there's 320 potholes on it. Trying to earn some revenue for the project. I haven't taken the bait yet. No one broke an axle for a while, but we're hoping it happens. We thought of like sending some fake phone calls. We were coming to a hotel, but we refused to because the road is so bad. It's like places like Uganda, where you've got two rain seasons. It's tropical. You've got 2 rain seasons. You've got unbelievably fertile soil. It's just and never been farmed, virgin. And yet people are starving. All over the place, people are starving because they've bought into the system of you need money in order to exist. If you haven't got money, then you're going to die. And of course, there's the other aspect of it is like if you look at organizations like the World Food Programs and those sort of things, they create dependency. Look at what happened in Somalia, where the World Food Program was feeding about 6 million Somalians. And America contributes about 60 to 70% of that. They tried to change certain policy within the government of Somalia, and the Somalians refused, and they pulled out. Which means the dependency on the food program of 6 million people just whipped away, unless you toe the line. So that's not sustainable. What you should be doing is teaching these folk how to feed themselves, and they can because
What happened to Somalians then?
well, they've had this internal fighting that's been going on for so long because they've got certain resources that are required. They've got oil resources and things like that. It's desirable for them to be in a conflict situation. So, and then of course they jump in and they offer aid, but it's all a payoff. There's no such thing as aid. It all helps to feed that monster of greed. So the World Food Programs, USAID, all these things are just a huge part of the big corporate grind. They dump food into these places to try and maintain the strength of currency. There's not too much fluctuation in the markets. And they dump it in Africa. They dump all the GMO foodstuffs in Africa. And it's all used for political manipulation. X amount of votes or mineral rights or drilling rights. I think it's for free, boy, these buggers. And they're ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. You almost sometimes believe that there's some kind of extermination program going on here. Look at this down here. I saw these guys in Uganda where they got these concentration camps, what they call IDP camps, which is internally displaced people, and they just became like cannon fodder for these soldiers to come in. I mean, the soldiers are all acting on behalf of the government to keep the fear up, to maintain the control, and then you got these sort of the Dutch organizations and the Canadians who come through and they develop these things called war child programs. They just build more camps. They just make them frilly with sign writing saying war children, but they're still keeping them away from the family structures and things like that. So what are they doing that's different? Integration. But now they're in a place for rich little kids to come and pat the black kids on the head and they feel good about themselves, but they put them into more concentration camps. It's mind-boggling. I don't know what makes them tick. They have to put up camps with barbed wire fence around them. We mean they aren't accepted by those communities. How can they possibly try and bring about any kind of restitution? They're all fear-based then, and they make themselves exclusive from the community. And I don't understand what the aim of that is. So I guess I need to be educated. Working with Contralesa. He was the chairman of Contralesa, the Congress of Traditional Leaders. And out of all the councils that I've been in, this is one of the strongest, where his presence, where he was extremely highly respected in his community. Which is called the Amasami. and so now his mother is the acting chief. Or a Middle Eastern thing, isn't it? Came down from the north.
Originally, who knows, but
They're not going to move.
There's a kind of fallacy here in Africa, is with overgrazing, is people tend to destock. And if you think of the millions and millions of animals that were here in southern Africa 100 years ago, it's completely wrong. Is that one of the reasons we're actually desertifying so fast is that we've removed animals, ironically. So the kind of conventional perspective on it is that we destock because the veld is degrading. But in fact it's the other way around, is we need more careful management of the stock to rehabilitate the land. This is especially on your extensive dryland areas. There's a issue with pH with cattle, is if you have very acid conditions, statistically you tend to get more bull calves. Once you move your conditions to a slightly more alkaline neutral situation, statistically you tend to get more female calves.
How do you do that?
Well, one of the reasons is the management of your veld. Is if you've got a healthy veld, is your pH will naturally move more towards neutral. It'll be more in balance. Whereas often the extremely acid conditions, although you do have obviously some natural conditions that would tend to favor acid conditions, but you would generally, as your veld improves, move to a more balanced situation. This is the clover here, this clover, which is nitrogen fixings. This converts atmospheric nitrogen into living nitrogen or organic nitrogen. Certainly a very significant proportion of electricity went into converting atmospheric nitrogen into nitrate fertilizers. And if you consider that we have a whole range of plants that would convert nitrogen into living nitrogen for free, it's a kind of, if you like, it's a budgeting issue, energy budgeting. It's completely wrong, is that all that electricity is being drained off to make nitrogen. It's also the issue that most of that nitrogen was used to make explosives, which is highly controversial in itself. But it's just a complete waste of energy and electricity when there's so many different plants that can just convert it for free. And quite a lot of work has gone into it, as they say, certainly I know from upcountry, is 40 large acacia trees can produce the same amount of nitrogen as your recommended applications from your commercial sector. So I think it's a controversial issue. It's a whole very complex chain reaction. I mean, in this country it would be certainly coal-fired, and then that's carbon dioxide emissions, and you're also then using, which a concept in holistic management, your mineral dollars is non-renewable resources, whereas this form of nitrogen fixation is totally renewable. It just requires the solar, and in fact they have a lovely concept in holistic management. They call these solar dollars. You're generating from the sun a resource which you could consider as a solar dollar. I think it's a very nice concept actually, a solar dollar. The worst thing for any piece of ground is one animal the whole time taking little nibbles from the veld. Alan Savory's come up with a concept of donkey days. And one donkey can cause far more damage, as I say, if it's left permanently on a piece of ground, than 2,000 animals on that same piece of ground for, say, 5 minutes. I mean, I've actually seen a farmer doing that, where he had 2,000 head in an acre of ground, but they were only there for 5 minutes. And this was in a dry area, and after a period of this kind of management, his grass was much tighter spacing than we even see here in this high rainfall area. And the life that had come back into that soil was tremendous. Is following the animals were a flock of guinea fowls, starlings, and the animals, wild animals, would follow the cattle and have wonderful grazing. I would say the danger is one animal just picking away, and you definitely start overgrazing. Is that the grass never has a chance to recover. As soon as it shoots, the animal nibbles. So you find the roots of the plants start degenerating, and the spacing between the plants then gets further and further apart. And if it were to persist for any length of time, you end up with a desert. So the idea of growing between the vines is to provide a cover for the soil, to prevent soil erosion and to improve the condition of the soil. What's usually used are your grasses, grass family, like triticale is the one that's used commonly in a lot of vineyards now. There was triticale here. But definitely if you protect the soil on the surface and increase the soil organic matter, you're basically benefiting your grapes in the long run. I think there's a very exciting potential, and certainly in your old areas in Italy and Greece, is the farmers use the space between the vines for a lot of different crops. So I think in the long term what we would be looking at is, once we get the condition of the soil up, is producing much more, if you like, in-demand plants between the vines. I said at the moment we're fairly early stages of sort of trying to improve the condition of the soil. Obviously also here it would be in the winter that we'll be mainly growing between the vines. We're using totally biodynamic techniques in this vineyard. What they do is they are quite regularly sprayed with compost tea, which feeds the plant, but also is used for controlling pests, as it creates the right kind of pH condition to give the plant resistance to fungus diseases. So there's no chemical inputs at all here in the vineyard. We use a lot of thick mulch, and when compost is available we try and get compost down onto the vines. But what we're using primarily is a compost tea. So at the moment they've been sprayed twice a week with compost tea, both for disease control and also for the nutrients of the vines. At the moment we've started some traps using pheromones. For example, we've seen on some of the olive trees the mealybug. So we've put up a mealybug trap just slightly higher up here in the vineyard to monitor and see what kind of levels of infestation are here. And should there be a serious infestation, we will be using completely organic methods of control. Like probably for mealybug we would use a natural plant oil that forms an emulsion, and we would be spraying that if the infection reached a critical level. But I think that's very unlikely. We could also use the traps that we've got in larger number, and the way the trap works is it consists of the pheromone, which is a chemical substance produced by the insects that attracts the insects. And so the insect is attracted into the trap, and at the base of the trap is a sticky pad, and so the insects get stuck. So we could be using the traps as well if we get fairly low levels of infection. This is one of the traps. It's brilliant. Okay, so the tiny little guys there are the mealybugs. The little capsule in the middle contains the pheromone, which is what's attracting these insects. So that's come from the research, it's a natural product. Well, certainly what the ants do is feed on the secretions from the mealybug. And I think some people would be correct in saying is the ants actually farm the mealybugs and milk them. So it's a bit like an ant dairy farm. It's they milking literally the mealybug and feeding on the secretions from the mealybug. Mealybug has a very poor digestive system, so what it is excreting is very high in nutrients, and the ants are then feeding on that. And it's a very similar thing to the aphid. In fact, ants definitely farm the aphids. They will often actually put aphids on a tender growing plant and wait for the aphids to suck the juices of the plant, and then they would feed what they call honeydew, which is basically aphid secretions. I loved the kind of idea of a natural kind of garden, especially growing up in Zimbabwe. Everything was very natural, the fantastic insects and birds. So I've always sort of looked at trying to create a situation where you have that natural environment. And one day a guy was doing some research in Zimbabwe, and he was trying to get permaculture started off. This is John Wilson in Zimbabwe. And he arrived in my garden and he said, "This is permaculture." And I said, "Well, what the heck is permaculture?" And he said, "This is permaculture." So I was no wiser, and then he left me a whole lot of books. And really from that point, that was, if you like, the beginning of Mbidzenai Training Center in Zimbabwe. I immediately recognized, looking at the books, that here was a system that I was interested in pursuing. We decided to work together and set up the training center outside Harare, which was to pioneer permaculture in Zimbabwe and to try and take it to the people of Zimbabwe. And I think it's still operating from what I gather. That is a testimony, although they're working away, for hundreds of years of poor farming. Like the amount of soil being lost from there, for hundreds of years, I'd say 100 years, soil has been pouring off that shoulder there. So you're down to subsoil. And really a lot of southern Africa is like that. Unfortunately our farming practices, instead of building up the soil, has worked in reverse. And so there's been tremendous soil loss, leaching, so that soil is now very poor. It takes like a minimum of 5 years to work, to get something. And even that's only to get a kind of shift back. Sometimes a bit quicker. Animals would play a very vital role in recycling material and getting the natural cycles going. So there would be a role. There are also other interventions with planting, but I think that would need to be done in combination with the animals. Generally animals create, the animal impact would create more favorable conditions to re-establish plants. In terms of the plants that are there, one can, I think once your conditions are there, certainly the use of leguminous plants, a lot of tough leguminous plants. I think what you would find is, given the chance, a lot of the natural fynbos would actually already just take hold of itself anyway. And thereafter it would be a situation of managing that kind of felt carefully. On that kind of tough piece of ground, I would imagine you'd be having to use things like goats. To just get things recycled. It's the poor management of goats that is the scourge of Africa, and in fact I think really the first phrase there is the key issue, is either, if you like, a lack of management or poor management is a far more critical issue than the goats themselves. The goats are merely a scapegoat. I mean, it's true, they are really a scapegoat. And I think there's a tendency like on that is to point fingers at other things without looking at ourselves often and seeing that maybe we are the ones at fault in terms of our management. I think one would have to develop a system there where obviously the goats are moved. You'd need to have a high impact on a small area for a short period of time to give them time to, if you like, bring down certain things and to create a cover. What can be done there is also by feeding them, throwing in litter and organic matter into that intense area, and then moving on step by step around your land until you've got an upliftment in your kind of conditions and natural cycles operating again. But it's a very, very useful plant. So it's used in the biodynamic preparations. It's actually quite a long and complicated story, the use of it in its preparation, which we could spend probably half an hour talking about. But just from a layman's point of view, it has a couple of very, very important uses. You can see that it forms a lovely great cover, so it's a very, very good ground cover plant. And it has a reputation of, if you like, softening the effect of drought, and I'm sure a lot of that is to do with its ground cover effect. The flowers also attract a lot of more beneficial insects, especially your wasps. In a garden situation, wasps are a gardener's good friend, rather like an earthworm, because what the wasp does is it parasitizes a lot of the pests, particularly caterpillars, also a number of the different flies. So a wasp is a very handy thing. It has a number of other uses. It's used to treat kidney complaints in the herbal medicine. And it's a great, I love it for a garden, is if ever you get a cut or a bleeding nose and you just crush the leaves and put it on, and within seconds your bleeding is stopped. It was used to treat Achilles tendon. Its botanic name is Achillea, named after Achilles. And an old name for it as well was soldier's wart. There's a lot of folklore with this plant. This ground had been very compacted during the winter and a bit waterlogged. So we've dug in a lot of compost on a technique that's called double digging. So we allow the air, you can see that it's raised. The other name for it is a raised bed. Is to allow this soil to breathe now. Also, we've added a good amount of compost into here, so we've enriched it with humus. What we've done initially here is we've put in some lettuces, and you can see as I'm going now, we're going to be adding leeks here this afternoon. I may add we've still got a bit of weeding. What would happen with these weeds is they'd be put on the side and used as a ground cover. So one of the other things here is to put plants that benefit each other. Lettuces are generally very light feeders, and I think a very useful plant is that they're very fast. It's a term for it in a sense is a catch crop, whereas we would have here leeks that would take a longer time to mature. So that means you're making good use of your ground, is you're getting a harvest and then allowing your slightly heavier feeding leeks to take over on the long term. Also, they have the benefits of what we call companion planting, is that often these would help to keep the soil cool for the leeks, to give them good growing conditions, and the pungent odor of the leeks would also tend to benefit and keep away pests from the lettuces. A classic combination of basil and tomato. These were only planted yesterday. We still need to do a bit of weeding with parsley. So there's a definite linkage here, is that your basil produces oils and scents that would keep pests away from your tomatoes. Tomato is also a strong scented plant. What's very difficult to see at this stage now is the use of space. Is your tomatoes are going to be becoming very tall, your basil is more bushy, and then on the edge of your bed you would tend to use a small compact plant. This is becoming increasingly difficult to get good pure seed actually, because the seed companies have such a stranglehold over the seed production. It is very, very difficult to get what they call the open pollinated or your older varieties. So, I mean, obviously what we're going to be doing in the long term is looking at keeping as much of our own seed as we possibly can. Maybe one of the things in organic gardening is being able to, instead of just randomly clearing an area, is as you're weeding, recognize what plants are there. And basically those plants would be telling a story. Is the type of plant there tells you a lot about the condition of the soil, and often very useful plants also would be emerging through, and is rather to manage them carefully than to just do a kind of clean sweep weeding and removal of them. So obviously a sunflower is not only an attractive plant, it's also a productive plant. What's the point of weeding it when you can actually get something that's not going to cause any harm there at all? And would be attracting insects, beneficial insects, to your garden. Composting is the business end of any organic farm and is an extremely important process. Here on this farm we're actually practicing biodynamics, so it would have an increased importance, and it's probably the most important process here. We've now busy collected up. For our compost we tend to favor cow manure as the best ingredient for making the compost. But we've gathered together a variety of different organic material, Here you have the cleanings from the cow stall, which is enriched in cow urine and manure, and that would be going into the heap. We've got from a nearby farm, we've managed to get some straight cow manure just to supplement our limited supplies. The rest of the material is all collected around the farm. So any weedings from the garden that we would get would come into the compost. In making a good compost heap, it's quite helpful to consider it almost as a creature in itself. So one is really building up a creature here. So one has a breathing down the central is we pack very loose material so that the air can get in. And it's a critical process in making good compost, is to get enough air circulation. Also to have the right, and certainly at this time of year, the requirement of watering everything in so that all the material is nice and wet. If material is too dry, one tends to get an unfavorable kind of breakdown process and less humic acid, which is really what you're after. So what we'll be doing is putting layers of different material. We'll be following here with some green garden waste and building up the heap to about 1.5 meters. Okay, so although it would be here, it's quite loosely packed. Now one of the specific things about which makes biodynamic compost a bit different from the others is that we would be using special preparations and adding these in. There would be 7 different preparations that each of them would bring in certain enhancing processes into the compost heap. So some would be to enhance the calcium process, okay, so the assimilation of calcium. Some would be to, like the silica, to bring light into the compost material. Others are to give it, like we talked on yarrow. Yarrow is one of the preparations. That's the one that's used to bring in the light process. Okay, so that it's like bringing light down into the soil. The compost here would be used to make compost tea. And the way we do that is we have a large tank and we take about a wheelbarrow load of good humus and it's put into the tank and filled up and then stirred. What we call dynamizing it is it's aerated. So it follows a aeration process for 18 hours. So this in a sense activates the whole mixture. And then the following morning it would be sprayed, primarily in the vineyards, but we'll also be using it in the garden areas and in the for fruit trees.
You speaking about Mauritius as well too. Is there any particular problem there in Mauritius that doesn't apply elsewhere?
Mauritius is a strange situation. They have many small artisanal fishers, and these have led to the concentration of the fishing effort to the destruction of inshore habitat. Offshore habitat still appears to be fine. One of the challenges in a very diminishing labour market and a different skill set that's required for the modern economy, for example, IT literacy, service sector orientation, to get that from a traditional labour base is very difficult to change. So people are still reliant on natural resources to a very large degree.
Are you already seeing any results of the diminished fish and what social effects?
For example,
in this instance, I'm going to talk about water and memory. I'm going to talk about really fundamental memory that water has. And my story is going to begin, and you need to draw a little mental picture of this, of a stream somewhere up in the mountains. Could be any mountains, anywhere. And a group of people are told that this particular stream, where this valley is and that those mountains is absolutely one of the most scenic areas in the whole world. And so they get together and decide to travel and visit the stream and do this wonderful hike in nature. So they travel right across continents with all their gear, They move by rail, train, bus, whatever, and they get to this wonderful scenic scene, and they start their walk. And right beside them is this little stream coming down off the mountain. This little stream, at that point, is basically pristine. It has very, very, very little sign of any nutrient, of any pollution. And the hikers walk along, and the scenes are magic. And of course it's a hot day, so they put on suntan lotion and creams on their lips. And as would be the case, it gets hotter and hotter, so they decide to have a swim in one of the pools that this little stream has. So off they go and have a swim, and now they wash off the suntan lotion and all the creams that they've been having smeared over their bodies. And on top of that, they actually also release some body fluids into that stream. After all, it's in the middle of nowhere, so who's it going to affect? I mean, it's just a few of us here, you know. It's going to be washed away. It'll be just dissipated in the mass of water. However, some of the party have been taking some antibiotics. Some of the ladies are on birth control tablets. And some of them actually have a urinary disease. And so at that point, they introduce what would be the first beginnings of pollution and toxic elements. And this is where the memory begins. That stream takes that little plug of the first pollutant and the first nutrients and takes it on its way down the mountain. And so the hikers carry on hiking, they finish their hike, and they end up at a village. And this village is very rural. It has the most rudimentary sewage systems. But again, they note that this sewage system discharges into the same stream that they have just been walking along. And so the nutrient levels increase. And as they walk down the valley, so the villages get larger and larger. And then they come into an agricultural area, and they see the farmers are busy farming away. And they are spraying their crops with water from the stream. But they also notice that there's some machines growing up and down spraying pesticide. And again, this is washed off into this little stream. So the memory in the stream, this water, is actually carrying all these bits of memory down, all the way down to where it eventually will end up, either in a great big dam or out into the sea. Now we think that, you know, the water will wash away the sins of the world, but it really doesn't anymore. It may have done so many hundreds of years ago, but it doesn't do that anymore. Because what we are actually producing in terms of our toxic, I'll put it in inverted commas, our toxic chemicals are today so potent and are so powerful that they have an enormous effect when released into nature. There are, I think, 6 rivers in England that are highly protected. All the people that live along the banks of those rivers have to sign and agree that they will do absolutely nothing to damage the river. And about 2 years ago, I think, someone released about 2 or 3 tablespoons of a toxic poison into the river. It ended up killing every bit of marine life, fish life, for a distance of over 6 miles down that river. And that was literally from 1 or 2 tablespoons of toxic. So we produce all these chemicals, and we actually don't really fully understand, in all our cleverness, we don't really fully understand what happens when they are unleashed into nature. So the memory I'm talking about is really how water will carry down and along its path what we do on its banks. And today, facing probably 70% of the dams is this huge problem of cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria, or blue-green or blue algae as it's commonly known, will become prevalent because it is fed. It is fed by fertilization on farmers' lands, high volumes of nitrates and phosphates running off the fields into the stream and from there into the dam. And I think you might remember just recently, one of the big lakes, one of the cities off the big lake, they suddenly had a cyanobacteria bloom, and they had to, I think there were 500,000 people or 600,000 people that had to be told immediately not to use any water out of their taps. And they had to bring the army in and tanker water, and this would be a modern American city. So it can happen anywhere. And what we have to start really working at is how we change and look after or modify or reduce the memory of these things that the water is carrying down. So we can do something at point A, seemingly very innocuous. It travels down and many kilometers, maybe even miles, hundreds of miles away, we will have effect B. And it's related because of the memory that is carried by the water. If we actually think carefully about it, it can be really simple everyday precautions that we can take to minimize. At this stage, the message that I think needs to get across is how do we minimize this memory? How do we make that memory as small as possible? And this goes right into the rural villages, it goes into the cities, it goes into every tier of humanity. That we have to start to change the way that we actually consider water. Today, water has been made very ubiquitous to or the availability of very ubiquitous to almost all of humanity. But what I was actually amazed to read or hear on the news just a couple of days ago, it's now World Water Week at the moment, and 4 countries in the world use 60% of all the drinking water available.
Is that because of the quantity?
Yes. China being one of them, India being another, obviously massive population, America being another. And the rest of the world, take those countries away, are down to the other 40%. Agriculture uses about 48%, and human consumption requires approximately 12%. So there are at the moment massive amounts of water that are being used within certain spheres or in certain tiers. And if that memory goes into those, that effect on that becomes that much greater. So if you look at the issue of the antibiotics, for instance, when you take an antibiotic, you don't consume it. You know, you swallow the tablets or the fluid, it stays in your body for a period of time, and you excrete it complete as it is. It carries on down into the water and carries on being an antibiotic. So we just don't lose, it doesn't get dissipated. And if we look at the sewage systems of the world that are still discharging massive amount of sewage, we're discharging over 786,000 tons of effluent into the seas on our coast in South Africa per day. Well, the days of that being dissipated and gone, I'm afraid are just not happening, because the toxicity levels of those discharges are so high that you know that you can't tell the fish, well, sorry, there's that bubble of toxicity, don't swim in that. That fish is going to swim through that. And of course we know that mercury is so high now that there are some places that are advocating you only have fish once a month because the mercury levels have become so high. Now that is indicative of the fact that the water is actually not able to dissipate, or the sheer population numbers are so great that we are not dissipating or able to dissipate the mercury in a small enough quantity for it to be safe, because it gets into the fish and there it remains in the flesh. So if we talk about memory, what I want to put across here is that if we consider how we behave and how we treat water, we need to understand that what we do to that water, we don't damage the water. H2O is H2O. We can pour it down the side of a mountain for thousands of feet and bash it off the rocks and it still comes up as water at the bottom. we can boil it and steam it away. It'll just reconstitute again. So we don't actually damage the H2O. What damage we do is what we add to the H2O. And that is not fully appreciated in many, many instances. So the actual molecules of hydrogen and oxygen themselves, they remain intact, but they are incredibly efficient as a solvent to carry away and move these various bits and pieces, and that is the memory that I'm trying to put across here. So if we think to ourselves, well, if we do this to this water, we're putting something into it, and that something we put into it is like putting something into your brain. You learn how to do something, so it kind of learns what you've done, and it carries that through faithfully. It will move it without modification. It'll just take it along and move it to point B. So the memory stays in that water and takes it out. And of course, I suppose it really is a matter of time. Most major cities in the world are actually positioned on major rivers, and most of them are actually right where the river discharges into the sea. So at that time, way back 200 years or 300 years ago, it was probably the port where the ships arrived, and that's where the first people landed. So the cities grew. So cities now will have to start changing, where they can't have a simple system whereby they create the mess and we dump it into the river, it disappears into the sea. Cities are going to have to change. They're going to have to become circular. In other words, where they are creating the waste, it no longer gets into any water body. It is dealt with separately. It is taken out and treated, and actually then put back into the farming around it. So you create a circular operation which will absorb and dissipate into the soil for plant to take up the nutrients of phosphates and nitrates. And so the fundamentals are like that have got to happen. Now, I was looking at the program for World Week, and I'm a little bit surprised that the program doesn't actually boil down to simple fundamentals like this issue of memory. It talks about various advantages to communities for having water, and how we can make and create more water and conserve water. All these things are wonderful to do, but we can conserve all the water, but if we've put a bad memory into that water while we're conserving it, we're actually just holding that toxic situation and putting it into wherever, and it continues somewhere else. So minimizing. To me, that is what's got to start being looked at. And that message is very straightforward to put across to the most rural community. From there upwards, can be put across. The fact that we can just go to a tap and turn the tap open and wash away everything and say, oh, well, the sewage works are going to handle it. Well, that's starting to become a major problem. And sewage works, which are very efficient, are themselves struggling now to be able to handle these high levels. And certainly there's technology coming out to help to do that. But it would be necessary, I think, to have a two-pronged attack, where the actual originator of the memory must start to think about minimizing it and keeping and look and see what they are doing. Can we use a different product which is more organic rather than inorganic? Or can we use, do we have to put so much on our face? Can we perhaps not have it? Can we put it on every second day? Can we change our thinking about that whole aspect of putting these memory chips, as it were, into the water? And that has to happen, because we're running out of water. We're running out of water which is suitable for human consumption. We're not running out of water. I mean, the world's, there's so much water in the world that there's plenty there. We can take it out of the ocean and desalinate it and all the rest of it. But certainly, in terms of fresh water, natural fresh water, we are certainly running out. I do know that ozone is probably in fact, it is the best disinfectant that we know of. It cleans water like you would not believe. I mean, it's just unbelievable. We introduced ozone in the Middle East to clean grey water, and it really, if you study it on ozone, it's incredible, and it's quite it's very easy to actually work with. If it can be dangerous in a closed room, if you walk in and you haven't taken the necessary precautions, but no one would ever do that, or certainly if you had a plant like that, you'd have a warning system that would as soon as the ozone level reached a certain point, it would switch off. But ozone dissipates very, very quickly. It stays in the water, very cold water, for maybe 10 or 15 or 20 minutes at most. It then dissipates completely into the atmosphere. But while it's doing that, it will remove as near as 99% of everything that you can possibly think of. Pesticides, all the chemicals, the whole works. And that is quite easy to use. And it's becoming now very easy to put into your home. So what is happening is, for instance, that water in the mountains that has come down with all these memory bits and pieces and is treated, is delivered through the pipeline to your house. And it is deemed as being suitable for drinking. But to do so, they've had to put in chlorine to keep you disinfected all the way to where you are, because chlorine has a long residual time in the pipework. And so therefore, from time to time, they get the mixture wrong, because there's people using a lot of water some days on a hot day, then they don't use so much. So it's quite difficult to actually fine-tune the amount of chlorine. So they tend to overdose, and sometimes if you have a shower, you'll smell the chlorine, or you boil a kettle of water and make some tea and it tastes awful because the chlorine's gone up. So we ozonate all our water now for our house, even though it has been proved to be absolutely perfect for drinking. We have to start to learn from nature and use nature to find the solutions. And we might err incorrectly, not have a very good yield. Then we would have to go back again and rebalance. It's not going to be a one-off, get it right the first time. But if we take England now, they finally are going to allow the use of pesticides, because they were told that if you don't use it, you're going to lose your crops. Well, that's almost like putting a gun to the government's head. You're going to lose your crops, and the people are going to starve. But where's the third solution, the third option? In everything, there's always many options. Use the pesticide, or don't use the pesticide, or use only some of the pesticide in lowland. And I think it would have been appropriate for the government to say, well, okay, you say we're going to lose our crops, but let us legislate that in 1 or 2 counties they will use no pesticide. Plant ordinarily, and if there's a failure, the government will come to the party and say, look, we made a mistake, we will recompense the farmer, so that the farmer's not taking the brunt of it. And then you run that parallel and you see, well, that county, they used pesticide. This county, they didn't use pesticide. Oh my goodness, they didn't lose the crop. Then you have an ability to do the measuring. And then maybe another county, you say, well, allow 50% of the crop. So you balance out until you find, and you minimize and minimize and minimize. But right now, it's an all or nothing, and they get scared to hell about this. And so virtually a gun is held to the head of the decision makers. And even though there were some 200 scientific papers presented to prove that this wouldn't happen, the decision that Britain took, very, very worryingly, is to carry on and use the pesticide. If we go back to nature and you look at a simple tree and how it transpires and it draws water, transpires, and it creates a whole system of continuity. All the time we are breaking this continuity down. We are very deft as humans to break nature's continuity. And we need to go back again and look at re-establishing nature's continuity. And so if we look at the cry, well, we had to do this because we got to feed the millions or the billions, you take that at face value to start off with and say, well, fine, but then we need to also take an area and start to re-establish what was removed from there. And that is where Luke was explaining with his seeds, for instance, how that can be done. And it's going to take a gargantuan effort. You might put down 10,000 of those seeds and only get maybe 1,000 finally germinating the first year or the second year. But if we don't do that, if we don't start to actually move And I'm not talking about trying to turn the desert into a forest. That to me is not right. A desert is a desert because you have more loss than you have gain, period. But on the fringes of where the desert is, on the edges of that, where the desert has been allowed to increase beyond what it would have been X number of years ago, those are the fringe areas that have to be reconditioned. So we really have to take a book out of nature. I mean, a leaf is the most perfect factory. It does everything. And so if we can create more leaves, then we will start to correct the amount of water. But it's not going to be done instantly. There's no instant fix about it. And whether we believe in weather in global warming or not, the weathers have changed. It's warming. Even there's an article now given on the effect of El Nino that's going to have on the whole of southern Africa. Zimbabwe is a basket case from a food point of view, total basket case. Zambia is similar. South Africa is going to be hit by El Nino. And this is likely to happen for the next 6 to 8 months. That is going to happen. It might last longer, even into 18 months they're worried about. Now, El Nino is not a new thing. It's happened cyclically over goodness knows how long go back. And that energy that El Nino has, where the water temperature in the ocean is maybe a half a degree higher than it would normally be, but is spread over such an enormous area, represents so much energy that we can't even begin to calculate how much of an engine that is in driving the weather. I spoke to someone a couple of years ago about El Nino. I figured out that it was actually very shallow. I thought it was only maybe a meter of water, maybe deeper, 1.5 meters. And he said to me, no, the water can be 30 or 40 meters deep. And it can stretch from here all the way to Australia. So you imagine a stretch of water, the size of one of the oceans, that suddenly has its temperature changed by half a degree, and you had to say, well, let's generate the electricity and warm that ocean up. It's an amount of energy that we can't even begin to comprehend. And when that energy is released, as it is on our weather patterns, that's going to happen. So the natural effects of warming have been around for a long, long time. The corals show us that. There's plenty of evidence of that. So tackling global warming and so on and so forth, I think, has to be done in a number of facets. We know that the carbon dioxide is the major issue, and that has to be reduced dramatically. But right away, I would believe that I would start a whole process of planting, slowly but surely, in the rural areas, and reclaiming. Even if you had to reclaim a half a kilometer of that desert advance in 1 year, that would be an enormous gain. And over a period of years, the effects would start to happen. And there would be a change. The cooling would happen. The trees would create a cooling. There would be transpiration. So you would slowly engineer a change in what's happening there. And unfortunately, it would appear that we seem to go more and more into farming intensively as opposed to farming extensively. Now, all our monoculture, no matter where you look at it, is all farming intensively. We think, well, we've got this little area, and we're going to intensify it, and we're going to really, really optimize what we can do on that bit of land. So what will happen is that we have to start changing our farming methods to start looking at farming extensively. In other words, intensively, we only focus on our little piece of land. We don't really look beyond the edge of our little spot at what's happening. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hill, on the other side of the valley, or 2 valleys away and 2 hills away, it's a nightmare. Now let me go back again. And many years ago, I was doing deep ploughing for the farming community in the vineyards, and I got a call from a very well-known farm. They had decided to put up a piggery and use the water that they used to wash out the stores for nutrient for their vineyards. And I think they had 400 pigs, and it was beautifully laid out. I mean, it really was. They were all clean as a whistle. and there was this great big tank that would tip and flush through underneath their stalls, and all that water went into a container, and it had a belt which took away the hairs, and that water was then put into a tanker, and they went around their vines, and they actually fed this water to their vineyards. And of course the vineyards blossomed like you wouldn't believe. But of course, eventually they had too much, so they phoned the farmer next door. How about, would you like a tanker or two? It'll cost you that? Yeah, sure. So they were tankering it to their farmer's club, but then it was more. And eventually they figured out, well, it was now time to put up a system to treat some of the effluent from those pigs. And at that time I had an earthmoving business, and I got there and they spoke to me and told me what they wanted to do, and I was to dig out this serpentine sort of a trench and make a serpentine sort of a dam, and they would then put the water into that. So I questioned them. I said, it's interesting that you want to do this. What provoked this? He said, well, you know, we used to have this. We have this excess. So what we did is we put a pump in, and we put these big sprayers down on the area where it's not good enough for vineyards, and we just sprayed this water over the veld. And he said the grass grew and it was wonderful. And he said all of a sudden the grass stopped growing. What's gone wrong? What could possibly go wrong? So they phoned up the extension officer and said, look, we've got some problem here. You know, we're doing this. And the extension officers rush out there, and they had one look at this lot. They dug a few test holes and said, stop. No more spraying. They had, over a period of a few years, put so much nutrient onto that grass area that they actually...
Salinated.
Yeah, no. It had too much phosphate nitrate. But the problem was that they were uphill to the Berg River. And so when we had our rains, all that surface on the soil washed straight down into the Berg River. And we're talking about a considerable area. We're not talking about a small, rugby field. This was massive. And they stopped immediately and said, no. You are not allowed to take anything out of here. You will have to treat all the water on this place. And that was just because of not even going to buy phosphate and nitrates from the chemical company. This was just out of there. I then found out that the 400 pigs created as much nutrient as 12,000 humans. So we dug this whole place out, and they got to treat it and restored the whole issue. And it took a long time, lots of rainfalls, seasons thereafter, to leach that extra nutrient out, and for the grasses to start to regrow again and actually consume it before it ended up in the Berg River. So here was a very innocent, wonderful plan to fertilize naturally some vineyards. We're not going to go and buy the chemicals, whatever they were. We're going to use nature's own nutrient to do it. And it went flipped right over. It completely flipped its lid. And that was an absolute eye-opener. I mean, I really didn't think hard that could happen, but I saw it. It was as obvious as can be. And of course the pH also changed. And at that time, they did a very interesting experiment of just what pH will do to growth. Nothing else. Nitwa Bay is the testing, the laboratory where they do a lot of the research on vineyards and stuff like that. And they had a farmer's day, and what they had done, they had a little series of little punnets, these little flat punnets that you get at the nursery, and they had planted grasses in them. They had a long table, and behind the table they had numbers. So and these were pH, from acidic going to neutral and going to alkaline. And each punnet has just grass growing in it, and each punnet was watered with the acidic or alkaline level pH representative of the number on the wall. And it was staggering, Judy. At the acidic end and the alkaline end, the grass was so high. And as you look, there was this natural graph, how the grasses got taller and taller and taller until neutral, and then got shorter and shorter and shorter again. It was the most poignant absolutely clear graph that you could possibly imagine. There's no way you could actually even explain that in a class as poignantly as that. It was there, and the farmers looked at it. They couldn't believe that this was so blatantly obvious. And how simple is it for you to take a sample of your soil and test it for pH? Not a big deal. So that started a lot of things rolling. And I remember Boerland Coetzee at that time at the farm Kanonkop, and he was advised to put about 5 tons of lime, agricultural lime, into the soil before he planted. He did the deep ploughing. And he said no, he was going to put in 25 tons. And they said, no, you're crazy, you can't put in 25 tons, that's ridiculous. No, he said, I'm going to put in 12.5 tons of dolomitic lime and 12.5 tons of calcitic lime. The calcitic lime will break down quickly, and the dolomitic lime will break down when my children will reach 20, because it takes a long time to do that. So it was his farm, do what he wants to. And we ploughed it, and we applied the lime. You want to go back again and look at those vineyards. They are absolutely stunning. And all he did was to look and create a pH environment for his vines to grow in. So those were some experiments and some very, very, they're very poignant examples of what, and how simple, if we just look at the pH. We worry about pouring in, lots and lots of nutrient, but we actually don't take the soil and say, well, let's see, what pH is it? And you can get a pH test kit. These are not difficult, they're not expensive. But if we simply went to the soil and did a pH test, we'd say, oh, okay, this is funny, this is very acidic. Maybe we'll just fix it and bring it back to neutral. You haven't put any pesticide in there, or sorry, any nutrient on it. We've just changed it with lime or whatever to bring it up, and the plant just, away they go. Because nature doesn't do that. Nature plants will grow where the soil is ideal, and where it isn't ideal, you say, well, why are these trees not growing here? Oh, let's check the soil. And I had some interesting work in the UAE, and our a chap that came up there, he checked the soil, and he could look at leaves and he'd tell us straight away, well, this plant is lacking substance in the soil. And we take the soil samples away to the laboratory and blow me down, exactly what he said was what was missing. Things like boron. There was not sufficient boron in the soil. We know that soils are broken into 3 different components. You have your sandy soils, so you have your loams, and you have your clays. And here, of course, we have predominantly sandy soils, as you know, in the Cape. So the farmers on the Cape are pouring nutrient into this basic filter. It's just like sand, and it's disappearing into the underground water stream, and it's just all over the show. But it's residual time that is actually where the root zone is so short that they keep on pouring at the top, and the poor old plant just consumes a little bit, and then it's gone. It's away. So again, the way that is being applied, and so forth, and the best thing is to add more and more humus to the soil and try and get it more towards the middle point, the more like the loams. I think in about 1966, 67, I was doing work on Marina da Gama, and that soil was really, really bad, and they sent that off to the US for testing. And the report came back that this was possibly the worst soil that they'd ever tested. And they didn't know what to do to it other than to put lots and lots and lots of plant material into it. And so the chipping of trees came into being, and the big chippers were used, and put in as much humus into that as you can. And that corrected it, and they planted and moved trees around, and stuff grew beautifully. So there is this issue of re-examining how we're doing. It's too easy to just go down to the Co-op or whatever and go and buy some fertilizer and put it on there and say, well, there we are, it's done. That has to change. We have to start to minimize and look at growing extensively rather than intensively. Let's look around and see what is happening over there. Why is it being done like that? And rather say, hang on a minute, perhaps if I change, I'll just change a little bit of my farm first and see what happens. And if it works out, then that's the beginning of the change.
Here's a situation where we have a settlement, a Red Hill settlement, which is right in the middle of a highly sensitive conservation area. And the problem is that these folks' service delivery needs and that are all pretty mismanaged. You know, they live in quite a stressed situation, and that has a big effect on the environment around them. So we can have a quick look at Red Hill. We can discuss that issue of human settlement versus conservation land, and you know, how we actually assist people like this. I think the biggest pressure of all is people that are struggling to survive. No, it's a bigger pressure now because
we advance in numbers.
Yeah, no, it's a bigger pressure now because the haves and the have-nots, and the more have-nots we have to support the haves, you know, the bigger the pressure. And here's the situation, because the haves decide, they try and dictate how the have-nots should live. And this is part of the big problem that we have in the peninsula here. But let's have a look at Red Hill. It's a really sweet little settlement. It's still relatively contained, and everything around it is a national park, so it's quite relevant in terms of Cape Town. It's Cape Town situation.
Good foreground as well as background.
Beautiful. That's quite a nice location. You see the reserve in the background, and you see the tractor town in the front. We're here at Red Hill. As you see, it's an informal settlement. But what it does represent is it represents some of the pressures that people face, and as a result of that, the environment has to deal with. Compared to Masiphumelele, it's such a difference. See, the guys are growing their little crops, quite a few little community gardens. This is a situation where council decided to get rid of all the trees here. I've been involved in experiential nature and cultural-based travel in Southern and East Africa for the last 25 years. And my true passion is looking at ways to assist conservation and make people aware of some of the real big issues that are facing Africa and some of the most sensitive areas. Quite a number of people live in quite stressful environments. I mean, this is actually far better than many others. Quite a few of the really significant wetlands within the peninsula are affected by this type of settlement, which is unstructured and unplanned settlement. Now, so just a couple of pointers in a situation like this. We have a little forest of stone pine trees. It used to be a much larger forest, but the authorities decided that they needed to chop them down, which is very unfortunate because, stone pines are not that invasive, and they also created quite a nice shelter for this settlement here. So the authorities came along and really unnecessarily chopped down these trees. Other problems in an area like this is that service delivery is a big issue. The council doesn't effectively help with waste removal. They also rely on energy to power their cookers, and you notice quite a few people have got their television sets. But when it comes to winters, it gets extremely cold here, so they rely on firewood. And by destroying all the potential firewood in the area, it puts an extra pressure on some of the other plants in the area.
In a very short time, it's just like putting too many cattle into a very small paddock very suddenly, and they just get annihilated. There won't be a single thing left.
Yeah, well, I think a good example of that, a local example, is the baboons.
Yeah.
Is that there are very few left here. We've only got 10 troops remaining on the peninsula, but even the baboons struggle to survive with what's here. So they've kind of adapted their lifestyle to raiding houses now. See now, so this is a lovely example of an absolute climax version of fynbos. And what you see is all these are all the leucodendrons. The proteas are the most dominant of the group of plants. This is an example of a leucodendron, male and female. They've got separate plants, male and female, whereas other proteas are all male and female on the same plant. Okay. Stop for a while. This is an area that hasn't burnt for probably about 20 years, and this is like in this area this would be the climax fynbos situation. Down here in the southwestern Cape, we have the most diverse vegetation type in all the world. It's incredibly rich in biodiversity. An area like this is just one example of the beauty that this vegetation type is comprised of. Probably factors that influence this biodiversity and this extreme wealth of flowers is the fact that for quite a bit of the world's existence, and during the times of the ice ages, this place was relatively ice-free. So in other parts of the world that were locked up in ice, other plants were not able to actually grow and evolve, whereas the Cape was ice-free for longer periods, and they had that edge to develop and basically colonize all this new ground. The Cape itself, this part has been around 120 million years, kind of as a result of the split of Gondwanaland and all the mountains that got raised out of the ocean from one tectonic plate bumping into the other, forming this incredible new piece of earth, which is made up of all these old sedimentary ocean layers. And in this habitat, plants have evolved and diversified, growing on the soils that formed from this Table Mountain sandstone, which is this original sedimentary rock, and also other areas where the Cape granites, which go back even further, 600 million years, have also intruded and formed very acidic soils. So in this area we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have more plants per area than anywhere else, and in this reserve specifically we have more plants than the whole of the United Kingdom put together. But when you look at fynbos, it's it doesn't look like very much if you do a scan over an area like this. But once you get down on your knees and you start examining the actual detail and seeing the different types of plants, you realize how much we've got here. Some of these plants are so specific that their entire world distribution is like within an acre. It's their factors of wind, sun, soil type, and all of those factors together contribute towards the ideal growing environment for that plant. And if it doesn't find that anywhere else, so that's why you often find what we call endemic plants that are limited to an area, that they're not found elsewhere. And there's a high level of endemism in the Cape. So, too much development has a big impact on these rare plant species. This is a nice example of pristine fynbos. It's an area that hasn't been burned for quite a long while. But then on the other side there's a recent fire that happened down on the other edge there. You can see the white edge over there. That was quite a devastating fire. Fynbos needs to have fires because it helps encourage all the biodiversity, because there's a succession process that would happen here. The dominant plants would disappear and then all the pioneers would come in, and what we see as these beautiful spring flowers are all pioneer plants, and they're here to re-establish the vegetation. They're opportunistic, so whenever they see a chance they establish themselves and they grow. They invest huge amounts in their viability to produce seed and regenerate as quickly as possible. But they're annuals, and they flower for part of the year or grow for part of the year and then disappear. But then the more dominant plants will then use that foothold to re-establish themselves. And it's a cycle of about 14 years. Yeah, just thought we'd just have a look at this situation where we had a major fire here. It was a very intense fire and pretty much destroyed all the vegetation in this area. Just a few of these protea trees that are still barely surviving. Quite amazing that you...
Well, they survived.
Surviving, actually. You see it got scorched, but you see the new growth over there. It's still viable, so it will survive. You know, the situation like this where fire comes through and sweeps clean is not always negative. You know, there's it makes way for new life. Nature has an incredible way of regenerating. You know, everything can be destroyed, and slowly but surely little seeds, especially of these pioneer plants, establish themselves and then begin a whole new process of life. Mainly as anchors to support other plants that become more dominant climax plants later. And I guess, you know, if one looks at life and looks at the success of humans, that does repeat itself in history. That, you know, you have these great empires that actually rise and then something causes them to crash. You know, be it war, be it environmental factors, disease, quite a few things. But life has this thing. It has this renewable energy. It comes from somewhere, and the problem is that us humans build this kind of, get ourselves to this apex point where we are in control of our world, in control of everything, and it's actually a very fragile position to be in, because there's the cycle where nature has this way of building and destroying, and our civilizations are also as vulnerable as a situation like this. So
we might just be being part of nature now, what we do.
Well, the earth has this, and I mean the greatest cities in the world are just as vulnerable. I mean, the foundations might be good, the structures and the construction might be great, but it doesn't take much. It can take an earthquake, it can take a flood or just a fire, or even man himself, to destroy all of that. So we kind of invest too much of our lives in building things of materialistic value, and we attach too much connection to that. You know, it's important to find a balance in life where you know that you are satisfying your absolute needs and not having to be consumptive, and actually build these kind of these towers of grandeur and put too much attention on that value, artificial value system, because it's fragile, as fragile as this environment. But the most beautiful thing of it all is it regenerates. And it's quite significant where we are here now, because when we look at the evolution of man, it is go to venture into a bit of that man originated in Southern Africa. No matter who visits the Cape and comes here and experiences this place, no matter who they are, it has some profound effect on people, because I think they recognize something. They recognize that there is this feeling of origin, that you do originate from here some time back. So there's also that process of going through a cycle of not just life, but a cycle of kind of built-in recognition of the communal intelligence of mankind. It recognizes this point of origin. And we might have ventured to all parts of the world and territories and continents and things like that, but when you come to the Cape, you feel there's something special. You feel this homecoming feeling. And so I think that is just an example of what humans recognize in nature, especially a place like the Cape. Yeah, it's incredible to see how, you know, it looked very, very bleak a while ago, but it doesn't take long. With a bit of rain and a bit of time, everything grows back, and you come back here in a month's time, you're going to have such a spectacular flower show. Due to this wonderful formation of land right at the tip of Africa here, you know, we've got a place which is very unique, and I'll go into the detail of the plants later, but this is a situation where we have a dramatic coastline, you know, with these mountains and seascape, and a little bay like False Bay is also once again a very fragile system. It's an incredible biodiversity of animals that exist in extreme conditions. During the summer months we have winds that blow into this bay here, bringing in warm water, and over the winter months the wind blows in the opposite direction and blows all the warm water out of the bay, and we get pockets of what we call upwelling, where the surface water is blown away and then the deep nutrient rich water comes up from below and replenishes that displaced water, and that brings with it the foundation of life for the ocean, which is all these organisms that have been dormant on the ocean floor, and as they get brought to the surface, where you have this, you see the rings of white along the edge of all this, the coastline is that you're seeing there is actually a plankton bloom. That those organisms are brought into the oxygen rich water, and they suddenly burst into life, and that's the pyramid of the lower part of the pyramid of life that supports this incredible fish reserve and marine biodiversity. So that would what we refer to as the plant version, the phytoplankton, the plant plankton. And then as that food drifts out into this area here, which is mainly the coastline is really made up of pretty cool water. You know, the average temperature is about 12 degrees, so it ranges from really, really cold sometimes to even below 10 degrees, and then it can rise up to about 20 degrees depending on the wind. But this area supports an incredible pelagic reserve of fish, and This plant plankton then eventually gets fed on by the zooplankton, which are the jellyfish and the floating component of plankton, and a bit of krill and all that. And then the other group of fish which live off that, mainly filter feeding fish and anchovies and sardines and mackerel and all that, are then the next level. Great schools and concentrations of that exist off the Cape. Very, very fragile, what they call bait fish reserves. And that would then support the incredible game fish that seasonally exist off the coast here. So the problem is that it's all good and well that nature's supporting itself in a great balance until somebody comes along with a huge net and just trawls that entire pelagic shoal away. And the Cape is very vulnerable in that way. It's quite accessible to fishing vessels. I mean, there's good harbours and good technology, and very soon a fleet of trawlers could discover a shoal of fish. They use all sorts of methods of locating them these days. They use satellite technology. They're able to use they've got various sonars that aren't just like that don't just scan the ocean floor below the boat. They're able to use horizontal sonars where they're actually able to extend the range of the sonars way beyond the old traditional methods, so they can locate shoals of fish from far away and very strategically bring in a whole team of trawlers and actually take everything. So it is a big issue for us. It is one of the richest fishing grounds in the world. In terms of biodiversity, the South African coastline, which is 3,000 kilometers long, represents the second largest diversity of families of fish in the world. So from the very warm tropical coastline up on the border of Mozambique, all the way to the really cold and rugged coastline of the border of Namibia. So it's a huge range. And within that range, you've got the pelagic fish, which are the ones that very much occur off this coastline, which live in the cold water, which is the Benguela current. And then on the east coast, we've got fish that are reef fish. So they're a bit more vulnerable in terms of exploitation, because they don't easily regenerate themselves. Because once a reef has been destroyed, it's very hard to kind of build the viability of that reef back again. But a place like False Bay, as I said, it's a place where we've got enormous number of fish that are able to withstand that range of temperatures, that are also very localized, as it's some of the fish up on the tropical areas. And within this bay, we've got quite a number of fish that are endemic only to this area, mainly amongst what we refer to them as the little sand sharks, the smaller reef sharks. False Bay is unfortunately quite protected. They don't allow any trawling in the bay here, and the type of fishermen that operate in the area are mainly the traditional fishermen from Cork Bay, who are line fishermen, and a couple of sports anglers. But there are still, in the bay, there are a number of areas which are regarded as breeding sites for cob and for steenbras, and those areas are unfortunately still permit dragnet fishing. So quite often fish that come in to spawn and breed happen to fall within the range of these gillnet or land-based net fishermen, and they actually trawl the whole group in and destroy that viable breeding population. But so False Bay is a spectacular area. Good part of it is fortunately protected, and this time of the year we have an incredible gathering of whales, mainly southern right whales, that congregate in these waters.
Impact of on the ground, on the bottom floor of trawlers.
Well, trawlers don't really operate here, But on the other side of this reserve is an area which we refer to as the canyon area, where the water is particularly deeper than here. And it's kind of the kind of interface where you have the cold water and the warm water mixing, because although we have this cold Benguela current pushing up coming down the coast, pushing up the coast from the sub-Antarctic, we have a countercurrent that comes from the other side, and that countercurrent is usually warm water. And that's where all the predatory fish live. And then you have the bait fish within the colder water. Now that's an area that the trawlers target, because it supports quite a biodiversity of fish, mainly the hake and kingklip. The problem with the trawl is non-specific. They basically create this huge wall of net, and they just trawl everything within range of that. And it takes everything. There's a huge amount of bycatch. It doesn't quite scrape. Bycatch is non-target fish. It could be fish. It could be mammals. It could be dolphins. It could be anything that happens to be in the path of that net is taken. And those nets trawl for 3 hours. And once they pull it out, everything, the contents of that net gets dropped into a hold, and then it gets processed. So in the time of being trawled for 3 hours and then being thrown out of the water into this big cargo hold and then being processed, most of the animals don't survive. So what would happen then is the fishing company would just take out the viable fish, and the rest would just be thrown out the back. There are quite a few other techniques of fishing beyond, other than the trawling, is the long lining. And the long lining is a matter of having a long rope with multiple lines with hooks, which are baited, and it's also quite non-target, because they might be looking to catch what they call the normal lionfish by baiting for kingklip and for hake, but they catch quite a number of sharks in the process as well. And those fish don't survive. The other problem with that is the number of seabirds that are actually attracted to this fishing operation. So you've got albatrosses, and you've got shearwaters, and all the incredible flocks of pelagic birds out there that actually follow these fishing vessels. And quite a few of them get dive as the ropes are recovered. The long liners, with each rope with its whole series of hooks, and the quite often albatrosses that actually get impaled on the hooks and brought out. So we lose a lot of albatrosses in the process of that. So talking about bycatch, these animals all suffer as a consequence of this fishing operation.
Some people would say that the effect of dropping so much dead fish that is just not the one that they wanted over the edge could mean a lot of food for other fish. Is this indeed what happens?
It is. It's one of the most. I mean, it's quite a significant thing to be around a boat that's pulling a net or lifting a long line, because it does attract everything. I mean, it's for a fisherman. If you're a tuna fisherman, it's probably one of the best places to catch a fish, because the predatory fish know this. They're conditioned already to know that when a trawler lifts a net, that there's going to be a reward or two. So do the birds. So that's true, but the thing is that there's just so much they can eat, and the rest is just pure wastage. It's just a loss of unnecessary life. Man is polluting quite a few of these coastal areas with the sewage situations, and quite a few of the rivers in Cape Town that have been previously quite polluted have also had quite an effect on the estuaries and the coastline. But I think the bigger problem in the rock lobster industry is that they're using a very, very the method of catching lobsters utilizes what they call a trap, which is a huge basket-like box which has got 2 funnels on either side. And the problem is that these fishermen often put these traps out on very, very bad weather days because they're forced they have a pressure to catch a certain number of quota within a certain time frame. So they do expose themselves to some extreme conditions, and in the process lose these nets. And once this net is lost, it continues for almost infinity until that net actually disintegrates, continually catching everything through that funnel system. So they might have started out and had a trap full of crayfish, but those crayfish rot and attract other crayfish. So there's more destruction by them losing one of those nets than probably by them just fulfilling their quota. And if you go onto the western side of the peninsula, you'll just see beaches littered with those traps. I mean, I count up to about 30, 40 at the moment in the reserve. And just try and think back of when they might have lost that and what a process of killing that net has gone through until it eventually found its way onto the beach. They should prevent operators from using those.
Man is impacting the planet everywhere, and one of the big problems that is happening is potentially with global warming. They're anticipating a man-made, man-induced heating of the planet, and thus rising the sea levels because of the melting ice. What impact would that have, in your opinion, on, I mean, can you sort of foresee how it might unwind at the process? Up goes the sea level, let's say, give it 2 meters. How will that change things for anybody, for anything?
Well,
good or
if
bad?
you're talking about the marine environment,
mostly, but and coastal.
well, I think it will certainly impact on man, because man is really, wherever possible, to try to develop their best position along the coast. You know, in terms of, it's become a very valuable, highly sought after residential asset. So I think man has probably ventured a little bit too far in terms of nature's boundaries, and I think that is just a bit of an oversight, because the environment is constantly going through change, and you know, the earth has its cycles, and the cycles have existed forever. In a place like False Bay, for quite a bit of its existence, it was actually dry land. It's not a very deep bay, and at some part of it was a dunescape. So every 30 to 40,000 years we've had this process of sea level rise and fall. It's a dynamic process. Our kind of history is quite limited in terms of timescale, as opposed to what the Earth's timescale is. The debate of global warming is an ongoing debate. I mean, it's there are quite a few factors that are influencing it. Man's kind of impact of energy consumption and deforestation and pollution and things like that have had an effect. But you know, one calls it the dangers of global warming, but I think there are even greater dangers in global warming. I see global warming as something which is part of a natural cycle. I think the Earth, in fact, at the moment, the Earth is actually going into an ice age. So maybe there is a little bit of a counterbalance happening between global warming and us going into the next ice age. So maybe it's counteracting itself a bit. But there are other factors.
How do you explain the Arctic Sea becoming ice-free then, if we go into an ice age?
That might have other factors influencing it. We know very clearly that we have affected a lot of our atmospheric conditions by polluting the atmosphere with excessive build-ups of waste gases, which have had an impact on the ozone. And then also the ocean currents have also gone through some dynamic changes in that, and the ocean currents have actually warmed as well, whereas in other areas they've cooled. We're all concerned about global warming, you know, affecting the ice, but the ice in the past has gone through some very similar patterns where it has thawed and froze again. I mean, one actually can take slices of icebergs and go into quite a bit of history, noticing that type of detail. But for me personally, I think it's more man's impact on
It's a little bit different now
really
because-
physical things, tangible things, and I know you have this.
Has there been a full ice age in the last 250 million years, where the whole planet was completely icebound?
It has been.
Has there? Completely icebound, like a snowball?
Not completely locked up, and that's why the Cape is rather different from other areas, and that's why we have such a diverse vegetation type, because some parts of the world are relatively ice-free, even during that great chill. There are two schools. You obviously got the scientists that have their, we live in a society where everything is about finding a mechanism of survival, and even scientists have to find a mechanism of survival. And if they can come up with a good theory to support their situation as a scientist, then they're sustaining themselves. And if that theory is to promote the idea that we're going through a time of stress, that global warming is a major impact, then it does create a bit of a public hype, and it does get people on board to help them support their research, because it becomes then a sustainable opportunity for that scientist. And there are two schools. Somebody might have a different theory, and whoever puts the right theory together, because there are many explanations for these environmental effects. One can actually put it down to much more than just pure global warming. And it also depends on, like, how people are lobbied, and how the political support kind of rallies around certain issues, and the way that they can get people on board to achieve their end. There's a great amount of support for anything where one raises a level of fear amongst people. When their security is compromised, if their well-being is stressed, they will always find mechanisms to try and discount their stress situation on something, which is most often bigger issues like environment. And I think the environmental issues that they put out there, and the doom and gloom that they present, are sometimes a bit of a smokescreen for other things that are going down.
And yet, previous civilizations have become extinct, we've basically gone down.
Well, I think a lot of that is human dynamics. Those extinctions would probably be effect of maybe a localized environmental factor, an extended drought, or a local flood, and I mean, those situations have existed in the past. It's not that the world hasn't had catastrophic environmental conditions. I mean, they have happened. We do have volcanoes erupting, having a huge effect on a much greater area than just the local one. I think it's more how man influences his local environment, and how they can try and keep a status quo of balancing nature and balancing human needs.
Project would work, where they would come and negotiate, because they'd have an agenda. They want to come in here and they want to start a AIDS orphanage or something like that. They would go to the chief and they'd say to the chief, we want to start up an AIDS orphanage, and we want to try and employ some people and educate some people, and we want to take care of all your AIDS orphans, and for that we want some land. And the chief would think about it seriously, and he would feel important and say, yes, it's a good idea, we need these things. And there would be this trade-off, but in a way the project would then be beheld to the chief. Whereas we kind of came through the back door here. Firstly, because I came in here with a preconceived idea that this whole tribal system or traditional system was flawed anyway, and it failed. So I came in here with kind of really a judgment against this whole traditional system and things like that, from what I'd heard, which is really unfair, but that's how I came in here. I sort of touched a little bit on what Contra Lesser, which is the Concrete Traditional Leaders, was all about, and it looked dodgy. In a sense, it was quite rude. I should have gone to the great place of this specific council and said, I'm here to do this. Another thing was, having worked in the Transkei before, worked in many other countries in Africa as well, is that you sort of also believe in the bush telegraph. And I sort of thought, well, what I'm doing, if it's important enough, then somebody will hear about it and they'll come and find me and say, let's meet, sort of thing, which didn't happen. So either the bush telephone didn't get there, or I just haven't been doing enough important stuff really at that level. So what that did for the project anyway was, I think, was quite beneficial in that journey of understanding what these problems are all about, because we didn't have to work to anybody's agenda or had to deliver anything to anybody. While I was busy, not sure what I was really doing, just building this island in the middle of this place that I wasn't familiar with, having never been as close to the coast. I'd worked up in Ngcobo and places like that several years before. To put in a relatively self-sustainable place and hoping that people would just be flocked and would just feel there's some kind of magnetic pull to this place, and we could teach people how to eat and to respect water and soil, and building and things like that, and get their houses stronger, which was really naive of me, I think, in hindsight. I think people are used to being herded in a way, and they just didn't. So they thought, in order to engage with me, they'd have to pay me. In other words, if they want to come and make bricks, they'd have to pay me to do that, which was never in my mind, but I didn't articulate that very well, I think. So all this time I'm busy developing these gardens, I'm busy building these buildings, and sorting out these water issues and things like that. And at the same time, I'm watching it collapse around me on the greater scale, the municipality falling to pieces, the water systems falling to pieces, understanding how that's affected the whole dynamics of the community. Because I'm living inside this place and I'm seeing, and I've done this before in other places in other parts of Africa, but never with such a social dysfunctionality, which is what we've got here. So watching people's buildings fall down, and not jumping in these things and trying to save everybody, but just saying, well, tough. You know, you don't, until you decide to integrate, it's what's going to happen. Of course, because what then, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, but this main chief who was head of Controlesa, who I was working with, died, and left this huge void suddenly that we had started, which was about leadership. And he completely saw things the way that I saw things, of understanding that present leadership was flawed and had to be nurtured, and then to start focusing on the next leadership, the children, and to create leadership schools for these guys to come through so we can start to shift the whole thing around. Everything is based on oil.
Yeah.
Our monetary system, our judicial system, our education systems, everything on this table. Well, this is now second generation, so that's now no longer oil required. But that's our existence. Oil comes crash. I mean, we see it. I mean, yesterday, the Dow Jones fell another 3.5% yesterday. You know, you look across the board in the American markets, it's just red. They just crashed. Oil organizations went down 4 to 5%. They're just coming crashing down, and it's happening every day. They're totally overinflated because they're based on where they think the oil reserves are, not where the oil, because everybody's overselling their oil. They're saying, oh no, we've got loads of it still, because they don't want to create panic. We're into these long wars now. I mean, when you've got a country like America that's a net importer of oil, when they produce, I think about 2 to 3, not even 2% probably anymore, of the world's oil. But they use 25% of the world's oil. I mean, they have to control the world. The economy is based on it. They have to control the world's oil, which means they have to be in war. So that's what's going to go on. I mean, it's not going to stop. The only thing that's going to stop it, when there's no more oil to put in the ship, the HSS Indomitable or whatever it's called, to get it across the ocean anymore, that's when it's all going to come grinding to a halt. So we go back to this governance you're talking about. It's all based on central control. But what happens when that central control is broken? The most recent example of that happening was when Katrina went into New Orleans. And it cut off, in a first world country, okay, it cut off Washington, D.C. And within hours, people turned on people. Shops were pillaged. Next thing, people just turned on people. Okay, and that's what happens when there's chaos, when there's no more control, there's no one. So now, in a third world or developing country, when suddenly that power line is cut, it's going to be mayhem. Unless we can shift it, and we can get people and communities, let's call them transition, whatever we want to call them, all these words have been banning around, where they are taking care of themselves. Where they're not reliant upon the central system of control, which is money. And so there's something that's gone. You see, in our conditioning, and we are so conditioned, we have become codependent, where we depend upon each other. And this is really it's a disease. If we use which I do often, I use an analogy of a forest. And we see these forests where they're codependent, where the trees cross over each other and they stop the flow of air through each other, and they stop the growth. And we've seen it here. There's so much evasive stuff comes in. But if you look at a forest that each tree stands strong on its own, and then as a collective, it's incredibly strong. It's a strong, healthy environment. And it's a three-dimensional living thing then. And if we can create that where people can stand strong on their own as individuals, and then as a community, they're really, really strong. And they do things out of free will. Then we can shift the consciousness. But that goes against the religious beliefs, because that's all about codependency. I mean, goodness, it's so disempowering. It's there's this fellow who died for my sins. For goodness sakes, I'll die for my own sins. It's very disempowering, And that's where it starts. And it's been so successful. It's indoctrinated in this. In these areas that I am in. This religion that's used here now, several versions of Christianity that are all over these areas that I'm in here. Unbelievable, the fear and the obsession with death. And the amount of resources that get put into death. And this dignity in death, but where's the dignity in life? And that's what we need to be focusing on. Is that every moment that we have this gift of living, and let's make it count. Let's be authentic. But we're all put our belief in old mutual and funeral schemes for our death, so we can be remembered. But these guys who have they throw these huge parties. They spent their life beating their wives, abusing their children. But they had this incredible funeral, man. It was huge. You should have seen it. Strong Muti there. No. It's disgraceful. Let's put that dignity into life now. And I really do believe that in this religion that existed before we came along with this whole sort of Christianity trip and things like that, was this incredible dynamic relationship between the earth and the people in Africa. They call it Kwamata or something like that, and it's brilliant. It's so naive. It's brilliant because it's got counterbalance. It's just based in love and respect. And if you respect the sun for rising, for setting, you respect the seasons. You show respect to the animal you kill to nurture yourself. You respect your spouse or your kids. Suddenly, here come these guys and saying, "Oh, hold on, you guys are savages unless you bow down to this figure here. That's it. You're going to go and die a miserable death in hell and things like it." And how could people come here with anything but love anyway? Because that's all we believe in is love. Okay, so this is how people are building here. People without much means, which is called a wattle and daub. So here you've got your wattle, which is your wooden framework. And they're packing in the daub, which is the clay, in here. Now, historically, this is a brilliant way to build. A lot of your Tudor houses in the United Kingdom, which have quite adverse weather, use this system. Okay, and they've lasted for hundreds and hundreds of years. This house won't last a year. Okay, and they have to redo it. What I'd like to propose is that the way that this has been mixed, the way it's been mixed in, there's not much intention going into this. It shows a victim mentality. within the people. Because if this clay was worked through properly, in other words, it was kneaded like you knead bread, they put a bit of some dry grass in it, or some millie husks and things like that into it, it would create a stronger integrity in the bond, and it would last for years and years and years. But this has really just been put together very loosely, and there's not much love goes into this wall. And that's why we're using cements and things like that, because it's practical and it gives it longevity. Now, if you go into some of your sort of Central American, Santa Fe, those sort of areas, for them, which they use the adobe blocks, which is also just sort of sun-dried bricks, clay bricks. For them to come once a year, and the woman would come and they would repair the cracks, because they're also in very adverse dry conditions, where the bricks create wonderful insulation for their homes. It works really nicely for them. But for them, it's part of their cultural heritage. They celebrate the renewal every year, where they would fix up their cracks, they make big clay pits and create a render. That's part of who they are, and their yearly existence, their yearly rebirthing. Yeah, this is clay which we've got locally here. Now, it's quite a strong clay actually, prone to cracking, but it could be worked through a lot better. You fill this with your mix, okay, with a very little bit amount of water, and then you'll put this on it, and you'll push it down, which is your primary compaction. All right. Then take that over, and then this is where you'll notice the bottom is coming up. Yes. So it's compacting from the bottom. There's your compaction. Right, so it's compacting up. Up it goes, and it pops the brick out, which would be up there now. 2 people could make a brick every 17 seconds. Yeah. But you get machines now that can do 12 bricks at once, doing the same. But the nice thing about it is that, as opposed to the machines that can make 1,500 bricks a day, there's a huge effect on the environment, where you're actually getting, I mean, that's a hungry machine, and where you're getting that material from. Whereas this here, it's more hand. You can use the foundations of your building to build the walls up. It doesn't have to have such a negative effect on the environment. They're not fully set yet, so I don't want to mess with them too much. So it's 240 mils long, and it's 100 high, and it's 140 wide, which from an engineering perspective is perfect for a wall. You can support a roof with this lightweight roof, and it'll be fine. This has got to set for about 3 weeks. This digester, which I designed, it's a closed bag. Well, it's got an inlet and an outlet and a gas outlet. So it's made from reinforced PVC, which is the same material as you'll make a jumping castle from. And it's shaped. The shape of it is like a loaf of bread. It's risen. So it has the convex top on it, and everything else is squared. It fits into this frame here that I just built with brick. And how it works is it comes from the toilets. The waste comes into the I can also feed it with green material, which produces most of. If I really want to get a lot of push my my methane levels up, I'll feed it with some bananas or stuff like that, which boosts it. It comes in here, and inside here I have a live culture, which is anaerobic, which means that it exists without oxygen. Okay, so it's the digestion process is anaerobic as opposed to aerobic, which is like your composting loos and things like this. So the microbes that exist inside here break down the waste very, very efficiently, and the energy that comes out of that is the methane gas. Now, if you can smell, Judy, which it's almost a composty smell. There's not necessarily a sewage smell, but there's a slight composty smell. if you come close down here, you could almost smell, you could smell the gas as well, which is when you burn it, there's no smell whatsoever. Again, it's a composty one. It's not necessarily unpleasant. We'll fill this with green material, with anything, and we'll just get some water and shove it down. It's a big stomach. That's how it really works. There's enzymes that are breaking down the material inside there. And from that they create methane gas. And they create high nutrient water. Now there have been sort of many household biodigestion systems that are coming out. There are about 6 cubic meters prefabricated systems that cost probably about 35,000, 40,000 rands. And they're not high gas yielding, but what they are doing is they're breaking down the water, the black water, the effluent water, which is really critical. And so therefore, the principles are very much along these lines. This is just a bit more rudimentary. And so from here, the water will go through a sand filter, which is what this is, which we've got. Obviously, there's high nutrients in here. We've still got about 5 to 7% pathogens, which is your E. coli, etc., coming into here, which then these plant life will take it out. So it will come into here, it will filtrate down through a slow sand filter. Underneath here, about a meter down, there's a hole, and it'll come up here, which this is full of shells like this, and charcoal, which then absorb the last remnants of pathogens. Okay, that's what this one, and the reeds, of course, as well, take out anything. So it's we really have removed as much, I mean, if there's anything left, it's absolute trace elements. The water will gather in here and settle, and then will slowly gravitate down through our trees and our orchards, which are down that side, which is high nutrient water, which you can drink. It'll give you a bit of a stomach ache because it's high in nutrients, but certainly nothing poisonous. And but it's very good for growth of the trees and plants. We've got coffee trees down there and a loquat tree, and we're definitely seeing pronounced growth as to the other trees that we have around here that are not enjoying these high nutrients that we're getting out of here. So ultimately what you'd like to have is say 3 or 4 houses together, all the waste leading into a digester, which then would lead into an orchard, oranges or whatever, which would then go to provide food for that house, provide the energy for the gas, as well as, most importantly in my mind, is processing the black water and not getting it into the waterways, which is critical. So we've got our dam over there where the water collects. All right, it's about 120,000 litres of water. We've got our fish inside there as well, which is a source of protein. And we feed the garden with that water as well, which then all slopes back into the dam slowly. From there the water is pumped up through to the storage tank, but it goes through a filtration process first, and then we can put in a solar pump to pump it up to it's a 5,000 litre storage tank. The water is then, there's pipes going around down into the kitchen. From the kitchen it's processed through the food. The food is then processed through our bodies, which is then into the toilet, which then comes down through the digester, through the filtration, back into the gardens, and ultimately back into the dam. And it's a closed cycle, which we have now interrupted. We've taken from it, but we've also put back the byproduct, which has helped our plant life growth, and it's given us energy. We're obviously going through transition now into winter, so we're getting our celeries going, our beetroots, carrots, things like that, lettuces, which this is quite a warm climate, so the lettuces don't always do that well in the hotter climates. We also do have some shade houses here as well to protect them through the summer. And what we're trying to do here is create a food forest where we've got our trees going, we've got bananas trees there, citrus trees going, we've got nut trees, avocado trees, pawpaws, as well as guava and coffee. We've got about 350 coffee trees in this space as well, which has got about another 3 years to go before they start producing. And then we've got climbing beans all over the place, which we're getting a huge amount of food from, plus our loofahs, which we eat when they're still young. And then we've got our pigeon peas as well, plus all our herbs and that. And then we go all the way down where we've got our ground covers. This is what we can call an aerated bed. It's off the ground. We've got green material at the very bottom, which is composting, and then we've got which is a long nutrient release bed, which is like a double dug bed, and then above it we've got layers where we've got decomposing materials at various stages, plus cow manure. That's very rich if you look at that. If we look around here, of course, sod's law, we won't find any, but there's worms everywhere as well that are working away. Perhaps if we look at one of the other ones. And then we cover that all up. Right now, because it's winter, we have quite a bit of dew, and this mulch here is holding that water, because we're in drought now, is holding that water on the ground. Plus the kind of growth here, we've got corianders and cresses, which are low onto the ground, and not using up too much of the precious nutrients. But this is where we have problems, where we have invasive plants like this guavadilla, which just comes on and takes over.
But it does produce fruit that you eat.
It produces fruit, but it stops the oxygen from getting to these plants. So this needs to be managed a bit. In this garden here, we've got not just fruit that's for eating, but it's to attract other insects that eat aphids and things like that, like the marigold, which the scent, some of these invasive pests don't like the smell of, and it attracts other ones which then also eat other pests. So it's a very strong deterrent for an organic garden. There's a certain amount of weeds in here as well. If we look here, these are some weeds growing there. We allow that. We share the garden. We've got nice cloves growing as well, which is really good. On the sides here, we got roots creating networks, holding everything inside here. In this one here, we got mints, and we've got some gooseberries over there. It smells lovely. If you're into that. And we can also put strawberries in some gardens at the bottom there. We've got strawberries holding the whole thing together. So we've got garden and garden. Yeah, peanuts here, which are coming good soon. In about 2 weeks' time we can harvest these. And carrots are coming right as well now. The seeds there, the marigolds are now going to seed, which I'll just distribute. Okay, so this is our dam, which already now we're a month and a half into the dry season, and we're seeing quite a bit of depletion of the water already. But last year we just managed to survive with it, but this year we've got more fish in it, so it's going to be interesting to see. Some of the fish are already at edible size. Just haven't worked out to catch the buggers yet. There's some turtles in here as well, frogs. So it's quite diverse. Turtles take out the small fish to try and keep the population down a bit. You can see that each rice has its own little, each grain of rice, there's a little sheath that exists in. Here's your grain of rice. Our food production has been up about 20 to 30% since we've had the bees here. We were getting some bees still before we put the hive here from the forest, but this hive is about 6-7 months old now and is very, very active. We've already put the second super on the top. So the super is where our honey lives. So the big box at the bottom is the bees' honey, where the queen lives, and then above there is where when that's full, they move up, and that's when we harvest our honey. So the middle one is now full, and the top one is half full now. And what we'll do is, as we go into winter now, the activity will be less and less, and we'll put on one more super, I think, and then we'll harvest the honey in the springtime. So now we're not just looking at some kind of one-dimensional garden. We're taking it to all different, and we're utilizing all of it, and we're rotating them all the time, and then also protecting them through the winter months. So it's just being conscious, but certainly there's a lot less energy put into this garden as it develops more and more and more, and nature is allowed to do her thing, which is what's really exciting about it. And it truly, I do believe in about 2 years' time, it will be a food forest. And if we can get more and more of these into these communities, and people can understand them and nurture them, and yes, take, but then also put back and feed, then we can start to create community around these sources of food.
And IUCN. Our focus is on wildlife traders. That is our niche. We do terrestrial and marine species. I've been in traffic for 15 plus years now, and for the majority of that time my work has been focused on marine resource trade. I'm based in Cape Town, so for much of that time, and collaborated really quite extensively, not only with DAF, as you would have heard from Bernie, that wasn't a setup. Bernie referring to traffic. We've had the most wonderful collaboration with Bernie and many of his colleagues over the last 10 or more years. Just last week, we ran a fisheries data analysis training program with about 20 DAF officials, and really pleased to see quite a number of them are at the symposium as well. Heard collaboration mentioned a number of times already, and ours is a good example of the way in which an NGO can work with government agencies. So, a very simple presentation really for me today. I'm going to be talking about the challenges that are faced with seafood trade, focusing on international trade. I won't be looking at domestic trade and those challenges. I'll be drawing drawing predominantly on examples from South Africa. I'm going to be talking, just to warn you, I'll be talking again about abalone and rock lobster. I know Bernie covered them, but they really are, I know those situations, those trade issues well, and in a way they're kind of like the poster childs of fish crime and related trade. They are such strong, unfortunately, South Africa, very damaging examples of fish crime. And then at the end I'll discuss some solutions for addressing the challenges. Okay, so this is a sort of standard trade chain. You've got fish at sea being caught from boat to plate, and you have a whole lot of controls right through that system from the time it's landed. The first point of sale buyer, you've got the processor, the trader, get exported, imported then, goes into the retail restaurant system and is bought by a consumer and is eaten. And you've got systems at each point in that trade chain for monitoring these controls, and a variety of agencies with a mandate for that enforcement. Now, I think arguably the strongest measures and the most expensive measures are those that take place at sea. So you've got your observers, you've got VMS, AIs, at-sea patrols, and then at landing as well, you've got fisheries control officers monitoring discharges. And I think probably justifiably so that you want to expend a lot of effort, compliance effort, at sea. You want to keep the resource in the sea at sustainable levels. Once it's been illegally harvested, the stock has been impacted. So I think justifiably, but it's the very expensive end of compliance. And right through this trade chain, every single opportunity there is an opportunity to disrupt. Wherever you've got a control measure that can be enforced, you have an opportunity to disrupt. And I think if we just reflect on that pyramid that Eve showed yesterday, the more opportunities for disrupting illegal catch and trade, I think the higher we can get in that pyramid and the just attitudes and behavior. So we also have fisheries control officers, enforcement officials playing a role through the trade chain. They will check, for instance, processing establishments, check invoices, permits, and so on at various stages. In some cases, but not always, you'll have fisheries compliance officials playing a role at border posts, imports, so monitoring import and export of seafood. But that's not always the case. That's often where customs plays that predominant role. And as we know, there's not enough interaction between customs and fisheries. There's an assumption, I think, that by fisheries that, well, the trade is largely international trade. That's being largely regulated by customs, although it is within their mandate. And then, you know, the thing about all those trade-related activities is that at every point in that trade chain, there's a permit, and that permit's got information on it. There's a lot of data that's being collected right through that period. And my experience is that that data is not being analysed sufficiently. I think we have far more of a focus on analysing the at-sea data, the catch data, the VMS data, observer data. There's a huge untapped data resource that's linked to the trade chain. Not enough cross-referencing, not enough comparative analysis. Yeah, I think from a compliance point of view, this trade chain as well, it provides enormous challenges. Those challenges are also opportunities, of course. But you've got, you know, seafood being traded in a processed form. It could be dried, it could be filleted, frozen. If it's in a container, as Bernie showed you, know, you're facing a huge task. So I'm now going to talk through a couple of examples that just highlight the challenges, reflecting again as well on the potential for improved data, trade data analysis, and how that can contribute to tackling fish crime. So this is a photo that I took about 4 years ago, I guess, in Dubai, UAE. And these are sharks that came across from Oman. There were about 4 or 5 freezer trucks that came over, and apparently these trips are happening almost daily. They're bought at night to the night market, to the fish market in Dubai, and they then bought and finned. I don't know what happens to the meat. I wasn't there long enough to watch the transaction and any processing, but you know, the main market here is for the fins. And it's quite a gruesome photo, but really just this whole long kind of wharf, just all these big dead sharks lined up. Most of them were big-eyed thresher sharks, which catch is prohibited by IOTC for IOTC member states and cooperating non-contracting parties. And Oman's a member of IOTC. I don't know whether the vessels were caught by an Oman flag vessel, but they came from Oman. So at some point, the catch wasn't in compliance with an RFMO provision. Now they're in trade though. And from this point onwards, the trade will be legal. There's no need for anything to be hidden. For any misdeclaration to take place, the trade can be completely legal. Then we have smooth, I think it's a smooth hammerhead, which at the time was not listed on CITES, but it now is, and it requires CITES trade documentation. And you know, for a compliance official at each point in this, to be able to firstly identify the shark to a species level and know, oh, this is a hammerhead shark, of a species that's covered by CITES, or that species is not meant to be caught in terms of an RFMO. What does the documentation look like? What should the species look like? Once the fins are being cut off now, the fins have to be identified to a species level. So there are, you know, significant challenges for trade-related compliance enforcement. So, Bernie spoke this morning about abalone poaching and trade, and you know, really it provides one of the most dramatic examples of fisheries crime. I really feel almost perhaps all wildlife crime on the African continent. I know we've faced at the moment a real crisis with rhino poaching, with elephant poaching. But this is a crisis of its own. If not having as much of an impact on the species, the social impacts are devastating. You know, it's syndicated crime that's been involved, drugs, local gangs, corruption, you name it. It's all bundled in here. This graph shows abalone poaching estimates over the last, since 2000, so 15 years. And we've developed this looking at imports of abalone into the key importing countries, and then comparing that with what could be legally produced in South Africa through mariculture and through the legal fishery, and doing a simple calculation of what could be legally produced and what's actually being imported into the key markets. And the difference, of course, is the poached abalone. And we can do this quite accurately, working closely with the department. If you look at so the blue bars are the poaching estimates. The orange part of that, of each graph, the stacked bars, is the TAC, the total. So that's the annual quota for abalone. You can see how it's just gone down over the years. It's been reduced because of the heavy impact on the resource from poaching it. And now in 2014, the legal catch probably represents conservatively, I think, maybe 3% of what comes out of the water legally. Everything else, so you can imagine, 3% of what is being taken out of the water is taken out legally. More than 95% is being poached. And this hasn't just been going on for 1 or 2 years. This is not boom and bust. It's been going on for decades, really. So there's a real crisis here. So, unfortunately, though, this is just not. This sort of analysis can be useful because it can show you the volume, the extent of the crime that you're dealing with, but it's not really something that many customs agencies actually that they do. This is also based on analysis of trade data, but in this case we're looking at values. And what's interesting about this graph, why I'm showing you this graph, is because it shows that this is just for Hong Kong, it's just for dried abalone, but it's showing that abalone is being imported not just from South Africa, but from Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Zambia, and Kenya. Now, our species is an endemic species. There's a very small abalone farm in Namibia. The bottom line is that South Africa really should be the only country that's exporting any sizable quantities of abalone, and a small amount from Namibia. There's no processing outside of South Africa. Anything that's coming from those other countries is guaranteed to be poached abalone. Some of them are landlocked, Zimbabwe, Zambia are landlocked countries. So important information for compliance to know the trade routes, so then that also gives information on focusing on specific border posts, working with counterparts in those countries to make them aware of this dynamic, seeing what possible legal processes could be developed for tackling trade once it's left the country. We also don't know if it's actually always all physically leaving the country. One possibility could be that it's going into the bonded warehouse, let's say at Tambo International Airport up in Johannesburg. It never leaves the country, but forged permits are produced that show that it's in the bonded warehouse and it's come through Zambia. It's now caught illegally. Once it's in the bonded warehouse with the forged documents, it's now legally in trade. And I'm not sure if this is what's happening, it's a possibility, but it could be apparently a way then for organized crime to get forex into countries where they have operations. If they need to get money into Zambia, they can show that there's a trade with Zambian product, they need to pay the exporter in Zambia. Now, that facilitates money laundering. These sorts of things, this sort of information, can be really useful in generating interest from other agencies. Financial Intelligence Center in this country and equivalent agencies in other countries that are trying to follow the money that's linked to organized crime. This sort of information I know is useful and valuable to them. I'd also just like you to look, probably can't see the numbers, especially at the back, but this is a value related graph. So we're looking at most years between, let's say, $30 and $40 million in value, of which the majority of that would be illegal. Now, if you convert that into South African rands, just for the dried abalone, that's a lot of money. It's a good way to get Treasury interested, to motivate for increased budgets for compliance. they're not going to be that interested in 2,000 tons of poached abalone being exported illegally, but they're going to be very interested if you tell them that they're losing, up to R1 billion a year in illegally. There's loss of revenue and the other impacts. I'll just have to move on a bit. So I will just briefly explain how is this possible. But essentially, what is happening is that the product is being caught illegally, and through the trade system, it's being turned into a legal product. This is what happened with the Bengals case as well. What happens with abalone? The big risk is in the country where you're exporting the product. That's where most of the enforcement is. That's where the concern is. So you pack your abalone, your lobster, whatever it is, into a container with whatever else it might be, polypropylene balls, duvets, plastic bags, you name it, and you misdeclare it. It could be car spares, bathroom accessories, computers, it doesn't matter. On the import side, the importing authorities aren't interested in your export permit. They don't want to know about the export permit. You complete the import permit, and there's no risk of misdeclaration. You quite openly declare importing duvets and abalone in a container. There's no risk, there's no national legislation that prevents you or could in any way address this. And so this is how an illegal product is turned into a legal product. This is a real challenge. This is an example. This is actually the case that Bernie was talking about, where you had sardines and abalone packed into the same container, exported as sardines. I'm not sure what would have happened on the import side because they got the container turned back, but if they'd been sensible, they would have declared it as abalone and sardines together in a container, so as not to risk misdeclaration. Very briefly, then, I only have a few minutes left. This is the Bengals case as well. So, what I was interested, I looked back in about 2012 to see, well, what did the trade data look like if we compared what South Africa exported to the US at the time when Bengals was operating with what the US reported as imports. And as expected, there's a big difference. There's that big bubble, Bengals bubble there. And that's the difference. The difference is really what was being poached and exported illegally, because there was no risk on the import side of declaring it as abalone. What was interesting in subsequent years, though, is that it hasn't gone away. And Bernie said, can't give any details, but there are ongoing investigations into illegal lobster poaching and trade. And my thinking was, as Bernie said, if they hadn't had that informant telling them about the Bengals trade to the US, it could have gone on for years. If someone had been doing data analysis in 98, 99 and had seen this big difference, maybe they would have alerted and said, look, you've got to look particularly at consignments that are going out to the US. We think that's where our poached abalone is going. Sorry, lobster. To summarize the challenges, the international trade system makes it too easy to order illegally caught fish. It's very difficult to change the system. The HS, the RMI system, the standardized system, often doesn't contain sufficient detail on fish products. If you frozen fish other or something, it doesn't tell you that it's a hammerhead shark. But sometimes import data can provide that level of detail, which it does, for instance, with abalone. So it's about understanding the systems. Insufficient interagency cooperation, especially between customs and fisheries. That's both within a country, but also between countries. The capacity to deal with these massive volumes of fish products in international trade makes inspection very challenging. Numerous trade documents, knowledge of the requirements, the confidence to know exactly what is required with a trade situation. What document is needed? What should be written on that document? How does that match up with what's in the box? Identification of especially processed fish products in trade, and then corruption, which has been mentioned a couple of times this morning already. Solutions. This is a big thing for me. And analysis of trade data. Quite a few of you here today have heard me. I've been banging this drum for many years, but I think we know by now that this can add value to compliance efforts. There's so much data out there, and we live in an age where access to that data is easy. There's software applications that can bring this disparate data together, do the analysis, do the cross-referencing, and make us more informed of people tackling fish crime about what happens to that product after it's left the sea, after it's hit the wharf. Somehow it ends up being legal on a plate in a restaurant, retail outlet somewhere across the world. Explore to deal with the problem with import and export permits. See what is possible working within the WCO and the HS system to move towards electronic permitting, to move towards a single import-export permit. Something needs to be done to address a system that is not helping us, it's working against us. Continuous efforts, like with the symposium, to build interagency collaboration. And then we have a real opportunity to actively engage. We've got some fantastic international institutions. We heard yesterday from UNODC, there's the WCO, Interpol. We heard from Interpol as well yesterday, CITES, to build capacity and to obtain and share information for future collaboration. And my last slide, corruption, tackle corruption. Building knowledge on capacity on trade document requirements, the assessment of those documents, validation of those documents, continuous capacity building really, and the same for species identification. And I am done, so thank you very much.
We do have a lot of knowledge built up over many decades of research, so we understand the basic biogeochemistry. We understand what the source of these emissions are. We understand ways in which we can help reduce those. So I think that I grant you that there is uncertainty in our estimates, but I think we're increasingly able to make robust predictions of, if we adopt better management, what kind of results are we going to get. So, and I think that's important. And if agriculture is accounting for almost 15% of our global emissions, it's our responsibility to try to reduce those emissions. And in order to do that effectively, we have to have the best technology we can to estimate how our actions are influencing those emissions. So,
the Department of Agriculture has a long history of extension, of providing information to farmers to help them with their management practices. And in fact, farmers rely on USDA and view USDA as a source of unbiased information with regard to plant dates and various types of crops to plant and management practices and fertilizer application rates. And so this is a natural extension of that, saying how can we actually improve the management of our farms to reduce their greenhouse gas profile, and what are the specific management practices and what are the technologies that are options for farmers. That's important in the U.S. and it's important for us within the context of our conservation programs, and it's important to farmers because by improving efficiency, and say in terms of fertilizer use, they can actually improve their economic performance as well. As important as it is within the U.S., it's even more important for other countries, for many other countries where agriculture is a significant component of their overall greenhouse gas profile. And so for many countries, trying to address greenhouse gases without actually focusing on agriculture is going to be very difficult to do.
Farmers also, as you point out, use fossil energy in significant amounts for their production practices. There are things I mentioned in many soils, in many circumstances, something like converting from intensive tillage to no tillage can maintain or increase the soil carbon stocks and also reduce a lot of fuel usage. So in other words, if you're not out using lots of diesel fuel to pull a plow through the soil, instead you're using a no-till approach, there's significant fossil carbon or fossil fuel savings to be had there. So again, I think there are options that that we can reduce in most situations. I don't think there are many farming operations right now that are optimized for greenhouse gas reductions, that they're still maintaining production but also trying to look at greenhouse gas emissions. It's really not been an objective historically for farmers, haven't really known or thought about greenhouse gases. But so I think there is there are a number of possibilities with better technology, better management, changes in management systems that can still satisfy the farmers' basic needs for a good, productive, and economic system, but also reduce greenhouse gases.
It's me again. You know that the ramifications of this, being able to add up the carbon and greenhouse gas, go on and on. I know that if you take it right from the deforestation of the areas where you're going to grow your soybeans, and then your transportation, and then the manufacturing of the fertilizers, and even the fish stocks that are being used to go into the feed for battery farming. It's actually people who have added it all up maintain that the single most damaging to the environment process in the world is actually battery farming at this moment. And yet we seem to be unable to stop eating our children's future by our ridiculous battery farming, overeating of meat habit. Do you see us being able to use this information once properly catalogued in order to be able to actually stop harmful practices that might, and therefore give us a longer chance at being able to get the rest of global warming right? To prevent global warming, slow it down. Do you see it? Can you think we can actually get the itemization of what's going into battery farming to actually be effective in bringing about a change in policy and battery farming?
There's a lot of interest now in what you're talking about in terms of what you might call more of a full life cycle analysis, where you're looking at both the upstream and the downstream consequences of a food production system. And it's very similar in some ways to what we're trying to do here, although here we're simply looking at the within farm gate emissions. So, but that information can be used and is needed in a more full life cycle accounting if you're trying to do that. I'm not quite sure how I'd answer, the specific question about, food production systems. I will say that I think science increasingly is going to be able to provide the information so that we can quantify the effects of a particular management choice, whether that be greenhouse gases, it might be water quality, it could be a number of things. And I think we need to be able to do that. We need to be able to provide that information. I think it's another other actors in society that then need to make decisions about dietary preference or other kinds of choices that that may matter. But I guess as a scientist, I would say I think we are getting the capabilities to provide that information and then let society and the different components of it have that information to make informed choices, so that whatever we're doing, we have some knowledge of what those the consequences are.
Underlying your question is are some points that where the answers aren't simple. Everyone needs to eat, and so the question is not whether we need food or not. We certainly need food, and those needs are going to increase over the next century. The questions are, how do we produce that food in an efficient way, and in a way that's sustainable both economically and environmentally. And one of the big issues we're dealing with is how do we actually improve productivity? How do we get more food from the same amount of land? So we're not increasing the footprint of agriculture, which is an issue in countries like Brazil and Indonesia, where extensive agriculture is actually a driver of deforestation. And so, when we talk a lot about improving sustainable intensification of agriculture, improving the productivity of agriculture, improving the efficiency at which we use fertilizers, at which we use other inputs, but also focusing on making sure that we're going to have food to meet the needs of people. Side by side with U.S. researchers on event again at 10 o'clock right here.
G'day, we're here at Monkey Valley Resort at Crown Eagle, overlooking Long Beach. We're going to cook some beef fillet today. It's free range fillet, it's organic. It's not fed the normal stuff that you get from these battery sort of animals, that is fed grain that is made from that has been affected, and it leaves a sort of footprint on the planet, and it's not really good for you. It's also known that in future, we're going to start running out of proteins and natural food, so we must start looking at ways for our own well-being and for other generations to come to utilize food that is natural and less protein. This meat that we're going to cook today, we're only going to use like 8% protein of the whole meal, and the rest is all going to be carbohydrates or vegetables in this case. So we're going to start by roasting off some pepper, red pepper, lots of color. It's known to lower your blood sugar or your cholesterol. Very good for you. It's got a lot of color. It's tasty. They say that if you eat red pepper in the morning with your egg whites, it's good for keeping the hunger at bay. So we're going to start off by roasting this in the pan slowly. Just going to add a little bit of butter, pure butter. Also very good for you in small amounts. And then I got the beef fillet here, and I'm just going to cut a small section of it. That's all we're going to need for this dish. And then we got some aubergine here, also known as brinjal or eggplant. That's going to go into the pan with the red pepper there. And then I got some baby marrow here, also known as courgettes or zucchini in America. Nice green color, which has got a lot of fiber, which is good for you. Helps with the digestion. So we're all just going to put it all in the pan and just let it cook slowly on a low heat there till it's ready, while we prep the rest of the ingredients. So I got a little bit of broccoli here. So once again, nice green color, lots of fiber. And I'm not adding any water or anything here. I'm just relying purely on the low heat and the natural water that's in the vegetables to slowly sort of cook it down. I'm going to take another pan. You can put a lid on this, but I'm going to take another pan and just let it cook in there slowly. So you're creating like a little, almost like a little pot, steam pot, closed pot there, that's going to cook itself. Because it's closed, the steam will drop back into the pan, so it will ensure that the vegetables doesn't burn. So by the time your vegetables is cooked, it will have a nice color. Then I'm going to take a little bit of cherry tomatoes. So this is almost like a Mediterranean dish. Olives. Just going to take the pip out of olives. Then I'm going to take a little bit of red wine here. This is going to be the main part of our sauce for the beef. So I'm just going to pour a little bit of red wine over there just to let it start marinating slowly before we cook it, while we wait for the vegetables to cook. This is going to take like another 5 minutes or so. We're just going to wait for that. After this finishes, then we're going to start cooking our meat to the temperature that's the desired temperature, and we're going to add the vegetables to that. Right, so the vegetables is carried on for another 5 minutes now. It's almost ready, so it's now time to heat our pan for our beef fillet. Just getting a bit of temperature there. Once that reaches temperature, you take a little bit of butter. Season the meat. Right, I'm going to turn this to this side because it's colder there. I need the heat here. In the meantime, while we wait, we can have a sip of red wine. Which is good for the cholesterol. Okay, our butter is starting to melt slowly. It's going to be sufficient and it's going to be a nice flavor to the meat. The red pepper complements the meat, the baby marrow, everything else here is going to complement it. Your olives that you've got here is going to add a lot of flavor. It's got a lot of saltiness to it, it's got a lot of tartness to it. It's cherry tomatoes, full of sugar. Once you put it to the heat, it's going to caramelize, it's going to add to the flavor there. Now I've got a little bit of goat's cheese here as well, which is going to like just cream it off nicely for us. So while the meat is cooking, I'm going to start plating the food now. Before I place that on, I'm going to take a little bit of goat's cheese at the bottom here. Put a little bit of aubergine or eggplant, top of that. Baby marrow on top of that. Some of the red pepper. So we've got a nice spectrum of colors there. Broccoli, so all these vegetables are nice and crunchy, which is what you want. All the flavor has been retained, nothing's been cooked away in water. So nice and nutritious and healthy. Meat is getting on, I'm going to turn that around. Add my cherry tomatoes to the dish. This is going to be part of my sauce. My olives. A little bit more butter. And then we're going to finish it off with some red wine. Then last but not least, fresh lemon. I know in South America, the people there like to put lemon with their meat. Their red meat brings out the flavor. It's very good for you. That meat is ready now, so I'm going to take it out. Just put it on top of your vegetables there. Let that sauce finish cooking. A little bit more goat's cheese. And just to give it a nice bit of color, some red pepper. Then here's our sauce with its garnish. Just some red wine, olives, fresh cherry tomatoes. A little bit of garnish. And this is our beef fillet. With the roasted red peppers, the broccoli, red wine, tomato sauce. Good for you, good for the planet.
And I hope that is what you've tasted just now, this morning. Now, fish is very important to Africa. In fact, the UN figures from 2011 suggested that $24 billion were generated through the African fishery sector. And this is in addition to its importance in provision of food and employment. But sadly, as we all know, and as you know better than most, the story of our global fishery resources has some less positive sides. In recent years, we have been faced with many headlines projecting doom and gloom due to overfishing. Overfishing is driving fish stocks to their biological limits in respect to sustainability, and at times even over this. It causes ecological damage far beyond the targeted fish stocks, and it threatens the fundament of the benefits that we gain from this natural and renewable resource. And in addition to overfishing, we also face the well-known challenge of illegal fishing. Illegal fishing is estimated to represent a further 20% of catches above those reported, at an estimated worldwide value of $12 billion every year. And to give you an example, every 6 fish imported into the EU are illegally caught. But let us not forget the positive side. Much progress has been made towards stopping overfishing and illegal fishing, both at the international level and nationally. And for example, we now have global policies developed that encourage improved flag and port state responsibility for fishing vessels, their crew, and their activities. And we also have greater consumer awareness that helps to encourage more legitimacy in imported and ultimately consumed fish. And many countries, and many of those represented here at this meeting, have also made significant improvements in national fisheries frameworks, as well as practical steps to strengthen their fisheries management systems. However, a growing challenge has been the great complexity of cases. Cases that are often transnational in nature and going well beyond the fisheries sector. They may include crimes such as tax evasion, human rights abuse, including human trafficking, drug, wildlife, diamond and arms smuggling, fraud, and pollution. While we are in the early days of analyzing evidence and understanding fisheries crime, it appears that those behind these social, environmental, and economic crimes are highly organized and well-financed. This gives them an edge that often makes them hard to track and prosecute.
We know that we can't solve climate change without an energy revolution. 64 to 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from power generation or uses of energy. You've got to fix energy if you're going to solve climate change. In addition, this intersection of energy security, food security, and water security is becoming real. And therefore, you may, to answer your question directly, the markets, we can deal with the market issues, for sure we need to do that. But we need to go down a little bit more if we're going to address energy poverty and its linkages to the other Millennium Development Goals. So what do we need to do? It is clear, we need clear, for every country we need energy plans. We're not talking about pilot projects now. You don't need an energy strategy over 10, 20 years to do a pilot project. But we're beyond pilots. We need to scale up, we need to move fast. The emissions are great. So for that speed, you need to bring in the private sector without a plan. They will not come. Energy investments are big, they're costly. Private sector needs confidence that there is a strategy over 10, 20 years, because these investments are supposed to last 50 or more years. So you need a plan in a country. You need stable, predictable policies, because these are long-term investments. We also need to do renewable resource mapping. We're trying to sell clean energy to countries. Some don't even know what the concrete potential is that they have. How much solar radiation? What is the wind map? Some countries don't have as yet. We need those elements if, in fact, we're really going to have a scaled-up deployment of clean technology. Of course, the money issue is important. You need good financing. Which countries is this working? As we speak, South Africa is making a big statement here. It is not in the negotiating room, but it's right outside. They're launching SARI, the South African Renewable Energy Initiative. Clear plan, clear map. Just a few weeks ago, they launched a request for proposals for 3,750 megawatts for clean energy. That's real. That's not imagined. And there's innovative financing. using donor money to de-risk private capital that they need. Morocco, brilliant example, almost approaching 100% energy access, but at the same time, they're planning to sell energy to Europe using clean technologies. The Desertec initiative is real. You have leading companies in Germany, Siemens, leading financial institutions, KfW, Munich Re, all part of it. Brazil, the new president has her initiative, Electricity for All. Because for her, before becoming president, she was leading the social programs to reduce poverty. She knows, as a former energy minister, without access to energy, people remain poor. They cannot produce, they cannot store food, they cannot pump water, and it's mainly the women who suffer. Finally, the same comment that Corrado made about China. Thanks to China, the cost of solar panels have dropped 30–40% in 5 years. Thanks to China, we see ambitious investment programs in China for clean energy in their 12th five-year development plan.
Oscars, the floor is yours.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, morning. I'm Yunus Hussein, one of the vice chairman of the task force. I'm wearing Indonesian traditional shirt here, batik. This batik is usually wearing by late President Mandela. Yeah. That's why I use this batik shirt. I'd like to start my presentation by quoting my president's statement. This is the new president of Indonesia for 1 year in power. We have strived to restore Indonesia as a maritime country. The ocean, the seas, the strait and the bays are our future. We've been turning our back on them for far too long. Now is the time to restore until we achieve Jalas Peva Jaya Mahai, the Indonesian terminology. It means in our seas we are triumphant. For the implementation of the policy of our president in marine and fisheries sector, our government adopted these policies starting from last year. We adopt the moratorium for foreign fishing vessel for 1 year, and then it is followed by the prohibition on transshipment in Indonesia. And the other prohibition is for the use of seine, net and trawl. One of the most important policies is the establishment of the task force to prevent and combat IUU fishing in Indonesia. It's in November 2014. This task force conduct compliance audit to 1,132 exploring vessels. This is formal figure. In the sea, there are more than 1,000 because based on their confession, the perpetrator confessed that they copy the license for them. They have one license, they copy 5 or 6 times. So in the sea, there are about 6,000 or 7,000 foreign vessels in Indonesia. And then we also adopt the policy to sink the capture IUU fishing vessel. We have some about 69 since last year, And then the important measure also to strengthen law enforcement. We try to issue integrated law enforcement guideline. And finally, we propose to the government to have a roadmap to improve governance on fisheries business. This is based on the principle of sovereignty, sustainability, and prosperity. After conducting examination, analysis, evaluation to this foreign vessel, we have the conclusion that 100% of export vessels violated the law. So no single one complied with the 100% comply with law regulation in Indonesia. As the consequences of this finding, we have revoked the license of 15 company, 245 fishing license, and 31 river license or transport license. We suspend also some of this license and some having a reprimand letter for those violations. This is the compliance map. This is our finding based on our on-site visit in addition to the administrative search. We also have on-site visit in various parts of Indonesia. For example, in Papua, this is the biggest violation happened in Papua. For example, they employ foreign crew, which is prohibited by Indonesian fisheries law. And then the other violation is usually happen in Indonesia is double flagging, double registration and double flagging. It's still registered in Indonesia, use Indonesian flag, and going to China or Thailand, they use their own flag. When we try to open the drawer in the field,